Hello, everyone. Am I audible? Okay, fine, guys. So, good evening, everyone, and let's start with the class. Yeah. So, before that, just a quick update from your dashboard. Let's try to go through it. Yeah. So, whatever we have discussed, right, till last class, so it's already available over here. I think last week we have cancelled a class because there was a holiday for Holi. So all the notebooks which I have discussed in live classes as well as whatever recordings is there, so it's already there in your dashboard. So if you have missed your classes, you can try to go through it. And anyhow, assignments and fast track mode is also available, so you can try to go through it. Now let's start with the class. So as we know that in our last lecture, I was talking about what? I was talking about a function, right? So anyone who is having any kind of doubt or maybe confusion with respect to anything that we have discussed? So can I get a ping yes or no? How to submit assignments? So same procedure. So you have to like solve all the assignments into a Jupyter notebook file, and then you can try to upload these things on a GitHub, and GitHub link you have to submit over here. Same procedure for all the assignments. No changes. Okay, sir, KWR समझा दो एक बार और. Okay, fine, not an issue. I'll do that. Okay. We'll discuss a debugger. We'll discuss a debugger in your PyCharm classes. So whenever I'll be using a PyCharm or VS Code in that IDE, so at that point of a time, I will be talking about a debugger. Even you can apply debugger inside a notebook, but it's not worth, I will say, of applying like a debugger inside like a Jupyter notebook, because a debugger anyhow you will be able to check the errors very easily inside a notebook. You will get all those things out of the experience. I worried about the oops concept. We have not even started, so don't worry. So when we'll start, so I think then you should worry about that. Assignments are not evaluated yet. It will be evaluated, guys. Don't worry. You have already submitted assignments. People will check it. You will get your marks, right? So not an issue. Quick recap of the function. Okay. Okay. KW asks again. Fine. I'll be talking about KW asks, guys. Don't worry. So I have received two queries saying that they need some kind of discussion again on KW asks. So yes, and today, so even I will be taking your doubt clearing from today onwards. So what we will do is now from today onwards. So we will try to conduct this class for 2 hours, and after 2 hours we'll take a break, and then we will try to discuss something again, and then we will go for the doubt clearing. So from today onwards we'll try to follow the same pattern. So I will be available with you till 7 o'clock, you can say, for 4 hours. Next 4 hours I will be available. 6:37 depends upon your number of doubts. 1 year internship कब से start होगा after your Python module? Okay, first day of training, not an issue. Go through recordings, take help from support. Okay. Now, so I will launch my Jupyter notebook, and then we will start. And then whatever concern you have, guys, so you can try to raise your personal or common concerns after these classes. So I'll take questions from today onwards, the way Chris used to take, and then we can start talking about it. Just a minute, guys. Okay. So in last class, I was talking about our functions, and as we have discussed that why we create a functions, and we have seen a multiple dimensions of function as well. We have seen that where function is useful. So for sure, functions are useful. So whenever we have to apply a code reusability, whenever we have to write our own function which can be used by someone else or maybe by me, right? Again and again into a repetitive mode. And going forward, you will be able to understand that how to create your own packages, your own classes. You all will create it in a class itself. You all will create it, and then we will try to experiment even functions over there. We have seen that how we can try to pass a single argument, how we can try to pass a multiple argument, how we can try to maintain and manage indentation of the functions, how to use args, how to use kw args, right? So all of those things we have already seen, or we are able to understand all of those things. As some of you have expressed your concern that we should talk about kw args again, so I will try to start from that point. So let's suppose if I'm creating a function called as test. Fine. And if I have to pass a data inside a function, because we know that whenever we are going to call a function, right? So function call means what? We are writing a function to process something. We are writing a function to execute something, to perform some sort of a task. So if I have to pass a data in a way that we are supposed to pass key as well as we are supposed to pass a values, right? And then based on that, so we can try to write some sort of computation. So in that case, I can try to use kw args. And again, if I'm looking for a function where there is no restriction, where there is no restriction on top of what? So on top of passing a number of argument, or in a layman way, if I'll try to explain you, the number of the data that we are going to pass inside the function, right? So again, guys, like if you, it's a first class for you, so you will not be able to understand most of the concept. You have to go through the previous classes lecture, and then you will be able to understand it in a better way, right? Because all the discussion depends upon the previous class discussion as well. So here, as we have discussed that, okay, if I have to pass any number of argument, any number of data inside a function, plus a restriction is I'm supposed to pass my data in a terms of key and value pair, right? I think we have studied dictionary. So in dictionary, so we used to pass key value, key value, key value kind of a things. Key must be unique, value can be anything. So in that fashion, if we have to pass a data, so maybe I can try to write what? KWARGS. So if I'm going to write KWARGS, it simply means that I'm trying to create a function. So where I will be able to pass any kind of a data in a key and value format. This is the simple and straightforward meaning of these things. As simple as that. Okay. Okay. Now, so let's, as we have discussed args. So in terms of args, what will happen? So in terms of args, I can try to pass again any number of data, but not in a key value format. Simple plain data we can try to pass without involving a key and value format in that one. But kwargs means key value argument or key wise argument we will be able to pass inside that one. So in this case, I can try to use a kwargs kind of a things. So here I have created a function, and let's suppose if I'm writing a return of this one, or maybe I would like to like print, right? So I would like to print what? So I will like to print maybe like kwargs or maybe kws item. So kwargs dot item. So if I'll try to write my code in this way, now what will happen, right? So let's execute. Done. Here, so whenever I'm going to call my function call as test, so let's suppose if I'm going to pass a data, so one string I'm going to pass, and one integer I'm going to pass, and one floating point number I'm going to pass, let's suppose inside this one. So three argument I'm going to pass because I can pass any number of arguments, and I'm trying to call these things. Now it is telling me that it's an invalid syntax, right? It's an invalid syntax. There must be some reason behind this one, because it is telling me that okay, fine, so it's a invalid syntaxes. So let's try to find out that why this is giving me this kind of a issue or this kind of a error. The reason behind this one is that I have defined kwargs. Let's suppose if I'm defining args, right? Args over here. Now if I'm going to like define args, and then if I'm going to execute, Okay, I have called. So now it's fine, right? So it's working fine for me. Now here, so if I'll try to write a double stylic and KWARGS. So it is telling me that, okay, fine. So take zero position argument, but three were given in this particular place. Now what I can do is, so I can try to like write in this way. X is equal to SUDH and Y is equal to 56. And then Z is equal to, let's suppose this one. Now this is fine, right? Now, what is the difference that we have created over here? So if we are trying to give KWRs over here, it simply means that at the time of function call, we are supposed to provide an argument in terms of key value pair. So this is a key and this is a value. This is a key, this is a value. This is a key, this is a value. Your key can be anything, your value can be anything. Let's suppose if I would like to pass maybe a list over here, right? It's completely fine. I can do that. So any kind of a values I can try to pass, and whatever things that we have learned in our dictionary classes, it's the same thing which is applicable even over here in this particular instances. So this is the meaning of KWRs, guys. I think we have discussed so many instances. We have discussed so many scenario, right? In our last class itself with respect to a key value argument. Now let's suppose if I would like to print all the items. So like I can try to mention over here KWARGS dot item and then execute KWARGS okay, G is missing, items. So as you can see that I'm able to get all the items or all the data which I have passed inside a argument in a form of key value, key value, key value. So again, I think we have already studied this items function in case of a dictionary. We have already studied values function as well. We have already studied a keys function as well in case of a dictionary. So same thing you can try to apply even over here, and you all will be able to extract a data and you all will be able to get your data set, whatever you are looking for, right? Now, our next thing that we are going to talk about over here is called as a anonymous function, or I can say a lambda function we are going to discuss, right? So now here, what we are trying to do is, or what we have done in our previous classes is that we were trying to create a function and we are trying to give a name of this function. So name of this function is nothing but test. Likewise, we have created test 1, test 2, test 3, and all those things we have created. So this is completely fine. This is how we can try to create a function. There is no issue with that. But there is also a way by which I will be able to create a function without giving a name of the function, without giving a name. So I don't have to write like a test and then its argument and then inside that a definition of the function. So without even doing this, I will be able to perform, or I will be able to execute my operations, and that kind of operation is called as anonymous function operation, or maybe in other word you can say it's a lambda function. So now let's try to understand what is the meaning of lambda function, how we can try to write our own lambda function, and how we are going to execute or how we are going to call all of those lambda function. So here, let's suppose I'm creating a function, right? A simple function, let's try to create. So test 1, and here let's try to pass two argument, name and mail ID, right? Or maybe you can try to pass yeah, name and mail ID is fine, name and mail ID. So these are the two arguments that you would like to pass. Then if I'll ask you, okay fine, so do one thing, return what mail ID and return name, execute, and then you can try to call test, and over here so you can try to pass a name and you can try to pass your mail ID, a string format, execute. So fine, I'm able to get a return of name and mail ID as per the statement which has been mentioned over there. Here you can see that I'm creating a function. I'm trying to pass an argument inside a function, and then I'm trying to perform some operation. So maybe if I would like to do a concatenation of name and mail ID, I can try to do that. And then maybe I can try to return those things in this way. So here operation wise, I can try to write concat, and concat wise name plus mail ID I can try to concatenate, and then I can try to return this. As you can see, it's a concatenation of name, this one, and my mail ID, and I'm able to get these things as a return out of the function. That is completely fine. Similar kind of operation if I would like to do with the help of a kind of a function without giving a name of the function. So let's try to do the same thing in other way, right? So with the help of anonymous function or with the help of lambda function, let's try to perform a similar kind of a operation. So to explain you a lambda function, I'll just give you a very simple example. A is equal to 10, right? B is equal to 20. Now, if I'll ask you to write a function which will be able to do a addition of these two numbers, or which will be able to do a multiplication of numbers, whatever numbers that we are going to provide, what you will do, you will try to write a function def test, let's suppose 1, and then you can try to pass an argument x and y, and then you will try to write in this way. So return x plus y, right? Execute. Now test 1, and then you can try to pass a comma b, and I will be able to get 30 out of this one in the simplest possible way, right? I can try to write the same thing in other way. So similar kind of function, this kind of function, or maybe this kind of a function, I can try to write down without even using or without even creating a name of the function. So let's try to achieve this specific task in a first place. So what I will do is, so I will try to call a keyword called as lambda, lambda. So lambda is nothing but it's a keyword which is already available inside a Python, which can be used to write a anonymous function. Anonymous simply means that function without giving a name, right? Okay. So here, this is the function which I have created. A task of this function was very simple. Take two argument, right? And try to perform the addition operation. Okay. So here, lambda is a keyword I have used, which I am trying to utilize to create my anonymous function. So I can try to pass an argument, right? So a comma or maybe x comma y, I can try to provide. So here, in case of a lambda or in case of an anonymous function, we try to call a keyword, and then we try to call an argument that we are supposed to pass, and then colon operation. So what operation we have to perform? So whatever argument, x and y argument that we are trying to pass over here, so we are supposed to do x plus y of this one, right? So we are supposed to do x plus y of this one, and maybe we can try to store this function, right, in some other variable called as m, right? Now execute. Nothing has happened. So for sure, we are not passing a data. It's just a function definition that we have created over here. So function definition wise, as you can see, it's very simple operations. It's a very simple functions that we have written. So I'm just saying that, okay, so try to create an anonymous function for me. So where it will be able to take what? So where it will be able to take two data from my side. And on these two data, so it is supposed to perform this kind of a operation. So fine, whenever and wherever I will try to call this function, so it will try to take these two data as an argument, and then it will try to perform this operation, and I will be able to get a values. So this is how anonymous function is going to work in case of a Python operation. So now let's try to call it, and let's try to see so whether it is working fine for me or not in case of a lambda function. So here what I will do is, so I'll try to call m, simple m I can try to call, and inside that, so I can try to pass maybe a value of a and value of b, and then bracket. Are we able to get a same answer or same output as this one? Yes, we are able to get it. Yeah. Here, just try to observe. Just try to observe a differential. Both functions are doing the same thing, right? So both functions are trying to do the same thing, but try to observe a differences. Have we used some name over here? No. Right? We are not using some function name. Are we calling this function with the help of some name? No. Here it's just a variable, just like a normal variable we have declared the way we used to declare these things, right? And then we are just trying to call with the help of that variable. And that is the reason. So here there is no name, right? And that is the reason. So it's been called as what? It's been called as a anonymous function, a function without a name. And in a single line itself, we are able to write each and everything. We are able to declare the variable, we are able to write the computation on top of that one, right? So even in this way I can try to achieve a task. Now let's suppose if I have to achieve a previous task, this one, string concatenation. Okay, what I will do is, so I can try to call this function again, m, and then, right, then I can try to pass sudh, and then I can try to pass my mail id over here, right? Done. Same thing we are able to do it, right? Just by writing one liner function, not by writing two liner or multiple liner function. So my advice again, this is lambda function is something that we don't write it down in a production grade code in general. So we try to write down this kind of a code because again, complexity wise, functional complexity wise, it is not going to remove a complexity. Complexity will be same, just in terms of number of line of a code, right? It may help you out, but generally it's not it's not advisable to use this kind of a code or lambda function into a production grade environment generally, right? It's not like it's a hard and fast rule, just a convention we used to follow, right? Someone is saying that but lambda is also a function name. Lambda is not a function name, it's a keyword. Wherever I'll create a lambda function, I'll use lambda keyword so that it will be able to get the notation. This is called as function name. Okay, so here this is how you will be able to create this kind of things. Now so let's write some other function as well, right? Let's try to write a couple of more lambda functions so that we'll get used to it. So here I can try to write b is equal to sudh, and then c is equal to let's suppose like test or something like that, right? And then we can try to write lambda function, or I can use some other things. N is equal to lambda. Lambda. So lambda is a keyword. So wherever you are creating a lambda function, so you are supposed to use this keyword. Simple. Someone is saying that it's a function name. It's not a function name, guys. It's just a keyword. Lambda is a predefined keyword inside a Python. That's the reason. So it is showing you in a green, right? That's the reason. So you are able to see this notation in a green in your Jupyter notebook, right? Okay. So here, what I will try to do is, so here I can try to write maybe a lambda function which will try to behave like a print operation. Yeah. So lambda function can try to take maybe two arguments. So argument wise, arg1 comma arg2 I can try to take, and then here so I can try to write a print statement that okay, so try to print arg1 comma arg2, it is supposed to print, right? Execute. So it's completely fine, I will be able to execute it. Yes. How I will be able to call lambda function? So we have already stored this function inside the variable n. So here I can do one thing, so I can try to pass b comma c, and yes, so as per the computation, so it is able to print all of those things, right? So we are trying to print it. Yes, we are able to get the print of this particular function. So whatever functions that we have written so far, so forth, yes, it is possible to convert all of those functions into a lambda function, whatever function that we have discussed, right? In the exact similar way, even you can try to pass args, even you can try to pass kw args, even you can try to pass any number of arguments, and it is going to work and it is going to behave in the similar way, right, by using a lambda function. But again, it's not my best possible advice to all of you to perform this kind of operations in a production. Generally we try to write like a complete function and then we try to call all of those functions, because these functions are not helping you out in terms of reducing a complexity. And if it is not helping you out, so it's always better to write a code in a modular way, right? The way we generally try to write it down. Lambda function is created only at the time of function calling and it takes no memory space. I think this is again a kind of a confusion. So here you can try to say that I'm able to create this function, I'm able to store this function. So generally people says that lambda function we can try to create on an ad hoc basis, right? But as you can see, I'm able to create a function, I'm able to store this function in a variable, I'm able to call this function through the variable as and when it is required, right? So it simply means that we are allocating this function, we are allocating memory to this particular function and we are trying to call it. Yes, you will be able to find this kind of a definition. I completely agree with that, that where lambda function doesn't require some memory. But again, and lambda functions call itself in a runtime, but it's a myth, right? As you can see, I can utilize this function anywhere I want. Simple. How to use KWS with a lambda function. So here we are passing an argument, right? Here we are passing an argument. There is no differences, guys. There is no differences in between this function and the previous function except the name, right? And except the anonymity of this function. So the way we are passing argument over here, the way we are passing argument over here, pass the same kind of argument over here. Done. Okay. Why it is called as an anonymous function? Because there is no name. Is there any name that we have given to this function? No. We are just trying to store these things in a variable. Somewhere I'll show you a situation, I'll show you a scenario where I'm not going to store this function into a variable and directly I'll call it directly. So in that case, you can say that it will behave like a runtime function or a kind of a function which is not taking a memory. So I think a person was talking about that kind of a function. Okay, fine guys. Okay, moving next. So here we discussed about the lambda function. Again, many times I'm going to talk about a lambda function. As of now, what you can do is you can try to write down a different kind of or variety of the lambda function by yourself, and then you can try to utilize it. Right now, let's talk about another kind of a function. Right. So let's suppose I'm going to allocate one variable, and value is equal to 10. So I have this I'm trying to initialize one variable called as r, and value of r is equal to 10, right? Okay, now here what I will do is, so I can try to write one function, a function, let's suppose test3. Now what this function will do, so this function can take maybe a comma b kind of a argument, right? And then it will try to perform maybe a divide operation, right? Possible. So a by b, so c is equal to, I can write c is equal to a by b. Fine. So c is equal to a by b. I can try to write it down over here in this particular place, and then, or I can say that r is equal to a by b. Now here, so if I'll try to print, right? So I can try to print maybe r, or maybe if I would like to return, so I can try to return r. Execute. That is fine. Now test 3 I'm going to call. And let's suppose if I'm trying to give a is equal to 10, a is equal to 100, and b is equal to 10. Now anyone who can tell me what is the kind of answer I will be expecting? 10. Okay. Then I'm going to expect. Now let's suppose r, value of r, and value of r I have already declared over there, right? Now let's suppose if I'm going to pass a value of 10, value of a is equal to 10, value of b is equal to 10. Now what is the answer? So you all will be able to see that, okay, fine. So here I have defined a value of r, right? And I'm trying to print value of r over here. So which value of r it is going to access? One. Although I have defined value of r is equal to 10, but it is trying to update a value of r. So there is something called as a local and there is something called as a global, right? So here I'm just talking about a scope of all of those variable. So here we have created a variable, there is no doubt. We have assigned a value of this variable, right? We have created a variable, we have assigned a value of this variable. There is no doubt with respect to a creation of the variable and assignment of a value to this variable. But here again, we have created this variable. And inside a function, whenever I'm going to pass this value, whenever 10 and here 10 will come, so it will try to perform this calculation. It will try to update a value of this variable, and print is going to take this variable. So here it is always trying to take a local value in a first place, and then it will try to give a priority to a global value. So this is something called as a global variable, which is available to everyone. So I can try to call any function, or I can try to call anywhere this particular r, and I will be able to access it, right? But Will I be able to access this one outside the function? If I'm not calling a function, and if I would like to access this R, will I be able to access it? No. So this is something called as a local, and this is something called as a global. And this is the difference you will be able to get in between a value of the variable. And this is something called as a scope of variable. So a scope of variable wise, it is always try to take a global local variable. It will always try to give a priority to a local variable as compared to a global variable. And this is what kind of another situation, another scenario that you will be able to get. Now, a next thing I would like to discuss. So let's suppose if I have written a print statement, print, a simple statement, and here you will be able to find out, right? You will be able to find out that when I'm trying to do shift and tab, right, it is showing me these kind of a detail about what? Detail about print statement. It is trying to show it to me. Now if I would like to create a similar kind of a function, when I will try to press shift and tab, it is supposed to do the same thing for me. What I should do, right? What I should do in that case, if I have to create a similar kind of function, let's suppose if I'm trying to like check in my function, and if I'm trying to like write a complete library by myself for my specific task, which you are going to do for sure in your projects. So when I'm trying to create something like that, and to my user, if I have to give this kind of a hint for all the functions that I have written, right? So that if they will go through this entire things, they will be able to understand what this function is trying to do. So in that case, what and how I will be able to enable all of those things to my user. So let's try to understand these things. So there is something called as a doc string. So here, as you can see, right, just try to call any function, any predefined function inside a Python. Just try to do shift and tab, and you will be able to get a definition of the function. Because a developer, a coder, a programmer, whoever has written this code, right? So they have maintained a doc string. Again, it's a very good coding practice. You're not going to, no one is going to tell you that you should do it, right? By a programmer, like as a programmer, I can say, or maybe as a developer or as a person who is writing some line of a code, it's your responsibility to write these kind of a things so that another person will be able to understand your code in a easiest possible way, not in a hard way, right? So this is something that you are supposed to do. Now, so let's try to create own function where I can try to write my own instruction to utilize all of those functions. Let's see how we can do it, right? So like I said, there is a concept called as doc string that we try to apply. With the help of that, I will be able to perform this kind of a operation. So let's try to understand how we can try to like create a doc string kind of a thing. So let's suppose if I'm going to create a function called as test4, right? And this test4 is trying to perform maybe some sort of a print operation, right? Name is XYG. Okay. Now I'll try to call test4. So here I'm able to see a signature of the function, but here in case of a doc string, it is saying me that, okay, there is no doc string which is available. Means there is no definition of a function which is available inside your function. So how we can try to create our own doc string so that it will be helpful for other user who is going to utilize or who is going to use my function. So here what I can do is, so I can try to, okay, are we able to get our own doc string over here? Are we able to get our own instruction over here? So if user is going to call this function, so will they be able to get a same thing, right? Same thing I'm trying to do, shift and tab, right? but this time so user will be able to see the instruction. So this is something which is not important, but it is very important, you can say, because whenever you are going to create a function, so for a user you have to make sure that a user should not face a pain in terms of using this function. If Python people would have created this function, and if they have not shown you a definition, you will not be in a position to like utilize all of those functions, right? You will not be, you will face a pain for sure. You will have to explore, learn each and everything. But now Python library has been created in such a way that without even any pain, every one of us can learn it, even if we are from the technical background, non-technical background, or technical background, or maybe even if as a beginner, if I'm trying to learn this Python language, right, which is not available in all the languages. So in this way I'm able to write my own doc, or I'm able to write my own doc string, so that it will be helpful for the user. I can write this kind of I can write any kind of a things, whatever I like, right? So I can try to write it down over here, and this will be accessible to a user, whoever is going to call this particular function in their environment. And in this way, so yes, they will be able to use it, and it will be easier for them. So this concept is called as doc string concept. When you try to mention this entire steps or entire procedure in a triple quote. So here I have used triple quote, right? Open and close both. So triple quote, inside that, whatever instruction you are going to write, so that instruction will behave as a doc string. So whoever has created any kind of a function, so they all have done a similar kind of a things. Let's suppose if I'm writing help, and then print. So here you will be able to get what? You will be able to get a doc string. Doc string of what? The print function. Similarly, if I'm writing help and help of test 4, right? Can I say that I'm able to get a doc string? Yes. So I'm able to get a help about this function. So whatever help that you are going to write down over here, so your user will be able to get all of those help. So it's very simple, right? What about parameter definition inside the doc string? So whenever you create a function, so you try to write in this way that this is something that this function will try to do. And let's suppose if I have included parameter a, right? So a is equal to 5, and let's suppose if I have used b over here, yeah, a and b if I have used, so I can write a definition of a. So this is going to do this, and b is do that. Now, as you can see, it is giving me all the definition about the argument. Yes. So you can try to write down anything that you want. The way like other in other functions, you will be able to find a definition, and in a similar way, you can try to call it. So, and it will work for you. So hope this doc string things is clear to everyone, right, guys? Can I get yes? Only triple quote, not like a single comment, not at all. Only triple quote will work. Yeah. So this is the best way, and I think as a like a person who is going to create something, so you are supposed to know about it. And yes, so in this way you will be able to find out these things pretty intuitive. Now, a next thing that we are going to discuss, or next thing that we are going to talk over here is that dog string is clear. Can you please explain me again? There is nothing to explain, right? Just a dog string. So just try to mention it, and then it's just a help for a people who is going to use it. So lambda function can't be return a multiple values. Yes, you can return a multiple values. That is also possible. What is the difference between return and print keyword? Try to attend my first class. I think I have given you a very clear definition. First class of function. So means 2 classes back, right? Or I think 1 class back. So you can try to like go through it. You will be able to find out. Dog string and multi-line comments are same. Dog string and comments are not same. Multi-line comments. Okay. Now let's try to understand one thing, guys, here. So next concept that we are going to talk about is called as a iterator and generator, right? So let's try to understand what is iterator and what is generator. And based on that, so we are going to solve many different kind of questions. So here, I'll just try to do one thing. I will try to take one integer called as a, and let's suppose a is equal to 10, right? Now I'll try to call for I in a, print I. Is it going to work? No, many people are saying that it is not going to work. Yes, even I'll agree with you, it is not going to work. I'll execute it, I'll get an error, but still I'll execute it, right? Because I have to show you something, because I have to show you this one. Int object is not iterable, right? Now, so many of us gets confused between a iterator, iterable, and a generator. So let's try to understand that what is a iterator, what is iterable, and what is generator. So just remember this error. Int object is not iterable. What is the meaning of it? We will try to understand why we are saying that, or why system is telling me that int object is not iterable. And if you will be able to understand a difference between iterable, iterator, and generator, you all will be able to understand internal mechanism of a for loop as well. All of you will be able to understand internal mechanism of for loop in a easiest possible way after some time. In next 15 minutes, you can say, you all will be able to understand. So yeah, just try to focus for next 15 minutes without any discussion. So here I will try to write one more line of a code for I in, right? I in SUDH, and then print what? PRINT, print I. I don't know what is an issue with my keyboard. It's not helping me at all. Okay, so here what I have done. So here I have taken a string, and then I'm trying to like extract a data one by one out of this string. So first S, then U, then D, then H. We all are aware about it, right? This is nothing new for us. We all have discussed these things in our previous classes itself, right? For loop and everything we have already discussed. But why again I'm trying to explain, or why again I'm trying to discuss about the same thing, right? When we have already discussed these things. Let's try to understand a cause behind this one. So here there is a string called as SUDH, and out of this string, so I'm trying to extract a data one by one. And as we all know that whenever we are going to store a data inside a string, right? So whenever we try to like store a data inside a string, so it always try to store in a form of indexes 0, 1, 2, 3, and so on. So in a forward direction, in a reverse direction, in both way, we'll be able to extract all of those data. Now, for loop is not the only way by which I will be able to extract a data. So if I'll ask you a question that, okay, just do one thing, extract a data SUDH the way I have extracted, but without using a indexing operation and without using a for loop. Anyone who can answer? Okay, so yes, people are giving me answer. Use iter and next function. Yes, you are correct. I have already given you a condition that you are not supposed to use indexing operation. Indexing means slicing operation is not allowed. For operation is not allowed. You're not supposed to use for loop. You are not supposed to use indexing operation, slicing operation at all. Not even a while loop or any other loop you are supposed to use, right? If I'll give you this kind of a restriction, if I'll give you this kind of a condition, then how you will be able to extract a data? So still there is a way by which you will be able to extract a data out of this string SUDH. I'll show you just now. I think many of you have already answered me. There is a keyword called as next, next, right? And here, so I can try to pass what? So maybe I can try to create one variable called as S, and S is equal to SUDH. And then inside next, I can try to pass S. Execute. So someone was saying me that with the help of next operation, I will be able to do it. But here you are able to get an error called as int object is not iterable. Here you are able to get an error called as string object is not iterator. And this creates a huge issue, or this creates a huge conflict when we try to understand what is the difference between iterable and iterator. That's the reason. So I'm showing you these errors, right? So iterable and iterators are different, first of all, right? Definition wise, as well as the way it is going to work. So here in one of the error, I'm able to see again, it always confuses the people. Even when I was trying to learn something, so for a very long time, so it uses to confuse me a lot. So let's try to like clear out that confusion over here. So what is the difference between iterable and a iterator? And again, you can try this out in your system. So here, int is not iterable, but string is not a iterator. What is a meaning of it? Now, I'll just try to tell you a definition of this iterable and iterator in a simplest possible way. Iterator is a kind of a object, or iterator is a kind of an entity, right? Out of which I will be able to extract a data with the help of maybe a indexes. Or you can say in other way that iterable is a kind of a object or a entity from where I will be able to extract a data. So definition wise, both are same. First of all, right? In both the places, I'm saying that okay, fine. So I will be able to extract the data. So here, in case of a iterable, if objects is iterable, right? If objects is iterable, if your entities are iterable, it simply means that you will be able to extract a data. It simply means that you will be able to convert your object or your data into iterator. Now try to understand it once again. If there is an entity, if there is an object which is a iterable object. Iterable means one by one, I can go to all the locations. So let's suppose if I have a data inside a memory, and if I'm trying to store this data, so if I'm able to parse this data one by one, right? So in this case, I can say that yes, this data set is what? So this data set is basically a iterable object. So here, in case of integer, when I have taken integer a is equal to 10, let's suppose, right? It is telling me that it is not iterable. So it is not iterable simply means that if I have written 10, I can't go to this location and then this location. I can't access 1 and 10, 1 and 0 separately out of 10. This is what it means. If it is saying me that it is not iterable, and I will not be able to convert these things into a iterator, means I will not be able to convert these things in a way where I will be able to access a data with the help of its location. That is not possible. So this is something which you will be able to get if object is not a iterable. If object is already a iterable object, then you will be able to convert these things into a iterator object. You will be able to convert these things into a iterable object if iterator object, if iterable, if object is a iterable. So a string is basically a iterable object, but by default string is not a iterator. Meaning is, so yes, I will be able to extract a data. There is no doubt out of the string, right? But by default, it will not be able to give you a next location. Means by default, it will not behave like a iterator. The reason behind this one is that, so whenever I'm trying to extract a data, let's suppose out of this one, if I was trying to extract the data. So let's suppose if I've extracted this one, S, then from the next time when I'm trying to extract a data, so there must be someone which is supposed to remember that, okay, fine. So last time from where I have extracted the data, then only I will be able to go to the next location, then a next location. If there is no one which will be able to remember or which will be able to understand that, okay, fine. So what I have done last time, for sure it will not be able to extract the data. So by default, some people think that string is a iterator object, but no, string is a iterable object. Means I can extract a data, but not by default. I need some assistance. I need some assistance so that it will be able to convert my string, which is a iterable object, into a iterator. That's the reason. So when I'm trying to call this next, it is not giving me any data. But when I'm trying to call for loop, yes, it is giving me data. Why? The reason behind this one is for loop is trying to convert this string into what? For loop is trying to convert this string into a iterator. By default, string is a iterable object. For loop is trying to convert these things into a iterator object, and then I am able to access all of these data inside from the string. So here I'll try to perform the same thing. So even in this way, it is possible to convert my string into a iterator object, and then I will try to perform next and it will work. I'll show you how. So there is a keyword. Let's try to understand this particular keyword, and then you will be able to understand a complete mechanism of for loop. There is a keyword called as iter. Inside that, I can try to pass s, right? So there is a keyword called as iter. I can try to pass these things inside s inside this one. Now here, so maybe I can try to hold this iter into variable s, and then if I'll try to call next next of s, am I able to get the data? So here next was giving me issue when I was trying to access data from the string directly. But here, so if I'm trying to call this s inside the iter function, and then if I'm trying to call it, it's working fine for me. Now what is the meaning of it? A meaning is very simple. So here iter function is trying to convert my string into an iterator. It will be able to convert only those objects into a iterator object, which is by default a iterable object. Now I'll try to perform a same thing with the help of integer. A is equal to 10, right? Okay. Next of a, if I'll try to access, for sure it will tell me that int object is not a iterator. But it's not like int object is not a iterator. Int object is not even an iterable. Int object is not an iterator. That is true. But int object is not even an iterable object, right? But it is just giving me a error out of the next function. I'll show you, and I'll try to replicate the same things. iter, and let's suppose if I'm going to pass int a over here. Now it is telling me that, okay, I'm not able to convert these things into a iterator. Iter function always try to do what? It will always try to convert my data into a iterator. But like I said, it will be able to convert something into a iterator if by default it is a iterable. Means if you have some data, or if you have some like objects where you can't traverse through a location, how it will be able to make something to remember that what I have extracted last time? There's no meaning of doing that, right? So next, int object is not a iterable object, and if object is not a iterable object, I can't convert these things into a iterator. So here I'll just show you that if I'm trying to call next of s, I'm able to get the data. Now again I will try to call next of s, next of s over here, u, right? Again what I will do is I will try to call next of s, right? So can I say that I'm getting a data again and again, a next data? And to get this data, right, someone has to remember that, okay, fine, so last time what kind of a data set I have given to you, from what location? If I'm not able to remember, how I will be able to access the data? How I'm able to access s, then u, then d in the different lines? So there is someone who is trying to remember all of those things, and based out of that I'm able to extract the data. So I'm able to make a string as a iterator. Iterator simply means that giving a power or capability to someone to remember what I have done last time. If I remember what I have done last time, so for sure based on that, so I will be able to perform a next task, right? So this is something called as a iterator in a layman way, you can say, right? Now, so you will be able to make someone to remember what I have done last time if it is a iterable. If it is not iterable, like an integer, you can't even do it. So is the concept of this iterator and iterable is clear to everyone? Yes. So it's very simple. Seems like pointer in C. No, it's not like pointer in C, not exactly, right? But yeah, so iterable is nothing but a kind of a object which I can access with the help of indexes. Iterator means a kind of a object which will be able to remember what I have done last time and what I have to do next time. So here I'll show you a lot of example now. Let's suppose if I'm going to consider again a same thing, SUDH, and I can try to do like a next of S. I know that it is not going to work, right? Because I have to convert these things into a iterable. Iterator. By default, it is a iterable object. I have to convert these things into iterator. How I will be able to do it? So I can try to use iter of S, and then with the help of that, I can try to convert it. So now next of S, I will be able to access the data. S. Now next of S, I will be able to access the data. Now next of S, I will be able to access the data. Now again next of S, I will be able to access the data. What about next? So again, if I'm going to write one more time this next, right? So what I will be able to get? Anyone who knows that? Okay, so I'll just do it and I'll show it to you, right? It is going to give me error, as you can see. It is telling me that stop iteration. It simply means that next function always try to extract a next data, but when it will come to a last one, it will not be able to sense that whether there is some object or not after this particular point. And if you will combine next and iter, right? So let's suppose if I'm writing a for loop for I in sudh print I, right? I'm able to get a data one by one. So here you can say that first of all, internally for loop is trying to implement what? Iter on top of this string. Then it will start doing what? Next, next, next. We are also doing the same thing, right? So internally, for loop has been written in such a way that it is trying to convert my string into a iterator first of all, and then internally it is trying to perform a next, next, next kind of operations, and it will keep on giving me a data. But in case of for loop, it knows and it remembers that okay, so where I have to stop, where next function is not aware about it, right? So for loop knows that okay, fine, so I have to stop over here. After that, there is no data. So for loop is aware about the length of the entire data set. But internally, for loop is trying to do the same thing. So it's a combination of next and iter function, which for loop is trying to implement, or for loop is trying to apply internally in this one. Now I'll do just one thing. So I'll try to create a list over here. And maybe I can try to keep 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 over here. And then I will try to do next, next of L, right? List object is not an iterator, but I know that from the list operator, so I will be able to share the data. Yeah. So what I will do, so it's not an iterator. That doesn't mean that I can't iterate it. It can be a iterable object. I can convert it into a iterator, right? So how I will be able to convert these things into a iterator object? Simple, by the help of iter function. So what I will do, I will try to create a iter function, iter, and then I will try to pass L inside this one, and then I will try to do next again. Are we able to get the data? Right? Then again, next. So yes, we are able to get the data. Then again, next. Yes, we are able to get the data. Then again, next. So yes, we'll be able to get the data. Again, next. Yes. Then next. I think it's an error. Stop iteration, right? Stop iteration. So yes, list is even list. Many people used to ask a question in an interview as a junior. So whenever you will try to appear as a junior, so they will just ask you a question that, okay, so list is a iterator object or not? People say yes. Many people, most of you used to say that, okay, fine. So yes, list is a iterator object, because we know that iterator simply means that I will be able to extract, but no, list is not a iterator object. List is a iterable object. You are supposed to say that list is not iterator, it's a iterable. I think we all know the differences between iterator and iterable. Yeah. So we are supposed to understand in this way. Now, so here, I think we all are able to understand simple and plain differences between iterable and iterator object. I can try to create a tuples as well, right? So I can try to create a tuple 4, 5, 6, 7. And then I can try to convert this thing. So t is equal to iter, and inside that t, next of t. We are able to access it, right? Okay, maybe I can try to take maybe a set. So set we have already seen, right? So 3, 4, okay, so set dot add you will have to do, or you can try to take maybe a dictionary. So you can try to call all of those things, and then you can check whether some object is a iterable object or some object is not a iterable object. Yeah. So here, why I have discussed about these things is just to show you what is the difference between iterator and iterable. Because whenever we write a code, whenever we write a program, so somewhere you are going to utilize it, not directly, but indirectly. You are going to utilize it. Suppose if I'm extracting some object and if I'm not aware about it, that what is the difference between iterable and iterator, and I will keep on extracting a data and it will keep on giving me error, I will be stuck. So I'm supposed to know that what is the difference between iterator and iterable, how internally for loop is going to work. Let me tell you one thing, in your entire life, you are not going to use next and this iter function directly. Never. You're going to use it. Yeah. But still it is important. Still these things are important to understand the internal concept so that you will be able to write a logical code for the same thing. And that's the reason. So we are talking about this one in a classes. We are supposed to know about it, right? So we are supposed, it's a very small concept, but it will become a huge issue when you know about, when you are not aware about it, maybe going forward in a future. Yes, because everywhere we are going to deal with what? Just a data. Starting from your Python to your machine learning to your deep learning to your computer vision till your reinforcement learning. So we are just going to talk about our data, and I think we should know about it in a very first place itself whenever we are iterating through a data, right? Okay. So this is something that we are supposed to remember, guys. Nothing else over here. So hope you all are able to understand it. Now, a next concept I will be talking about, and that concept is called as generator. So let's try to understand what is generator, and then we will try to correlate iterator, iterable, and generator, right? Again, generator is a kind of a concept you are going to use, but not frequently. So somewhere you are going to use it. Iter and next function that I have discussed, I don't think that you are going to use it in your entire life in a production level code. Just for the practice, yes, you can use it, but not in a production level code. But still, it is important to understand. Okay, so now let's try to understand that what is a generator function and how we can try to write down a generator function by ourselves. So first of all, what I will do is, so I will try to write a very simple small function, right? And then we will try to see that how it is going to work or how it is going to behave. So here I can try to write a code. Let's suppose I'm going to write a function called as def and test4, let's suppose, and it is going to maybe take some kind of argument n, let's suppose, and it is going to do for I in n, right, return I to the power 3, execute test 4, and then yeah, like here we can try to write like a 6, return, so for I in this one, for I in range of n, yeah. Here I can create one list, and list is equal to L dot append of I, and here I can create one blank list. It's the same L which I have used, right? A double P and D. I can try to use extend as well, so we'll keep on appending this one, and yeah. So fine. Here I have written a simple function, so which it is trying to like take this function name, and then it is trying to take n. N is nothing but number of times I'm going to iterate, and here I have given n starting from range of 0 till 6, excluding 6 I can say if I'm using a range function, and here I have created a list. Now, so I'm trying to call L dot append. So every time it will try to iterate through it, and then it will keep on appending it. Let's suppose if I'm trying to use maybe a cube over here. So yes, it is giving me what? It is giving me cube of each and every data that we have. So starting from 0, so cube of 0, then 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, and then 5. So cube of all of those things, it is going to print. So this is completely fine. We are able to get it. There is no issue. Now here, you will be able to find out a problem. You will be able to find out over here that we are able to perform this kind of operations. But when I will be able to get a final list, when I will be able to get a final list. So I will be able to get a final list once it will be able to prepare a whole list. Can I say that? So just try to understand this problem. So what is the problem that we are trying to insert, or what is the problem statement that we are trying to understand over here? So here my problem statement is very simple. I have to take some input and I'm supposed to perform a queue operation on top of each and every data set that we have. Yes, we are trying to create a function. We are trying to insert 6 and we are saying that okay, so try to create or try to give me a queue of each and every integer that we have, right? So cube of 0, then 1, then 2, then 3, because this range function will try to give me a range of what? A range of 0 till 6. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, excluding 6, upper bound, right? We know about it. So here I will be equal to nothing but 0 and then L dot append 0 cube and then like L dot append 1 cube, 2 cube, 3 cube, 4 cube, and 5 cube in this way. And then finally, once it will be able to complete its loop, then I will be able to get my return. Once it will be able to complete the entire process, then I will be able to get my final data. Now I have one requirement, right? I have one very simple requirement over here that try to, right? So try to take a number over here is equal to 6,000 and then execute it, right? Now just try to take a number 6 lakh and execute it, and then try to take and then execute it. Are you able to see a differences? Now I'll show you my performance of CPU. Are you able to see it, guys? It is trying to utilize my CPU 100%, but still I'm not able to get the answer, right? And it's a very simple operation I've written. I've not written some heavy operation. It's just a cube operation. So I'm saying that, okay, fine. So for these many numbers, try to give me a cube, but still it is taking time. Yes. Why? Any reason? Why? Anyone, guys, who can try to explain me that why it is like not giving me a issue, why it is like giving me this kind of a issue, even though it is able to consume like 100% of my memory, right? And I am having like a 16 core 32 logical processor and 60 GB, like a 64 GB of RAM in my system. So just imagine, so this kind of a system I'm using, right? But still I'm using a Ryzen 9. So it's a i9 processor which I'm using, and but still I think you must be having i3, i5, i7 max to max, right? But even with this kind of a system which is having a 64 GB of a RAM, 4 terabyte of hard disk, 12 GB of GPU, a Ryzen 9 processor, but still I'm waiting for the result. Someone is saying that it will execute in one core only. How it is executing in one core? As you can see my entire core, right? That's the reason I'm showing you this graph. It is trying to take like almost every core. It is trying to execute it in every core. Many people are suggesting me a different kind of answer. Scientific calculator is required, memory allocation issue. Okay. So why? So first of all, I would like to show this issue to all of you, right? So that you will be able to remember that although I'm trying to use or I'm trying to do a very simple calculation, it's not a heavy calculation at all, right? Just a cube, but still it is not able to execute. Now the reason behind this, now I got it, right? I was just waiting for this moment. It's not like I was it's not like it was not producing a result. It has produced a result for me. I'm able to get the result, right? But we can see very clearly that it has taken a huge amount of time for us, right? Why? Any reason, guys? Anyone who can give me a exact reason? I can see all of your comments. None of your reason is a correct one. This is what I can see. Because it was completing the first list, iteration is too long, buffer size, heavy RAM location, due to clock speed. My clock speed is too high. As you can see, it's a 3.49 gigahertz. Running in one thread. I've not even applied the threading concept. So by default, it will try to do a pagination. Operating system does these things by itself. Use lambda function. It is not going to help me out. Number of computation is required is 2 huge, so it's huge. No, not at all. My clock speed is very high, so because of that, so it is it will be able to do a computation very easily, and it's not a heavy operation. It's just an integer calculation. It's not even a floating point calculation, so it will not take much time in that one. But still, it is high. Okay, now I'll tell you the reason. Reason is very simple. It's not like a fancy reason, but now I think you will be able to remember when you see it, you remember it, right? So now you have seen that all of those things. So see here, the thing is very simple. We have created one single list, right? And in one single list itself, we are trying to append our next data. Okay, so here we are trying to create a one memory address, or we are trying to create a one location. And in the same location, we will keep on adding a new values, keep on adding a new values. And unless and until it will not come out of the loop, it simply means that it will not end up adding each and every data, right? So it will not be able to release my memory, and it will not be able to release my computation, right? It will try to do a computation, means cube calculation, that is a computation, and then it will try to do a append operation. Append operation will take some memory, and then my computation, like cube calculation, is going to take my CPU clock cycle. So here, right, so here it will keep on appending a data into a same one, right, again and again and again and again. And it will be able to, so it will not be able to release that variable or that data or that location, and even it will not be able to release my memory as well as my computation power, unless and until that particular execution is not done. It simply means that unless and until this final list is not created, unless and until I'm not able to append entire things inside this one. And because of that, right, so because of that, you will be able to find out that I'm able to see this much of delay, just because of that one, because it is just waiting for my list to append each and every object inside my memory, and because of that it got stuck, right, and it has taken so much of time. Now, so I have to perform a same kind of operation, exact same kind of operation, but I don't want my memory to store each and everything and wait till end. So if I'm looking for that kind of operation, so anyone who can suggest me how I can do it? So I'm looking for a kind of a procedure where it will try to do a operation, and then it will be able to send me a result, and I will be able to utilize that particular result. So anyone who can tell me? Okay, so many of you are suggesting me that try to use yield operator, right? So many of you have suggested me that, okay, fine, so we are supposed to use a yield operator. Google Colab crashed. Yeah, all those systems will crash. Google Colab is not having more computation power as compared to my system. So don't worry, it will crash before my system. They are not giving you 64 GB of RAM. They are just giving you 25 GB of RAM, and that too, it's a shared space. It's not a dedicated space. Okay. So now let's try to understand a concept of generator. So there is something called as a concept of generator that we are supposed to understand, and with the help of that, I will be able to fix this particular issue. Okay, so fine guys, let's try to understand this concept of generator, or in other way, I can say that. Let's try to understand yield. Y-E-I-L-D. So Y-I-E-L-D. So there is a keyword called as yield, so which will try to behave like a generator, and generator works in a little bit different way. So we'll try to understand. So how we can try to create a generator. Here, what I will do is I'll try to write the same function. Yes, I will not write some different function. I'll just try to write the same function. So let's try to write it down, def and then test 5 maybe, and then I can try to pass some data inside this one, and then for I in a range of n, right? And then yield. Yield what? So yield cube of this one. Fine. So there is a new keyword that we have used over here called as yield. Last time I was using a return statement. This time I'm using yield keyword. That's completely fine. Here, just execute it. Okay. Now, what I will do is, so when I'll try to call this function. So let's suppose if I'm calling this function test5, just a function, right? Just like any other function that we have created. And let's suppose if I'm going to pass an argument 30, right? So I'm saying that, okay, fine. So try to take a data from starting from 0 to 30, excluding 30, and then try to give me cubicle of this. Execute. Here, I'm not getting an output, expected output. What I'm receiving over here, I'm receiving an object. And it's simply telling me that, okay, fine. So this is nothing but it's a generator object. Now, what is a meaning of a generator object? I'll show you one more example, right? So I'll just try to like show this function RANG. So I think we all are aware about it, right? So range of 20. If I'll try to execute, and if I'll try to like type this one, range, and then I can try to utilize print. So here, not this one, just type, not even type, even without using it, I can show you. Now range, right? Now here what will happen? So range is nothing but, so it is trying to memorize. It is trying to memorize that, okay, fine. So from where to where, or what kind of a data I'm supposed to print. Now, so once you will be able to like, or once you will start extracting a data, so it will be able to remember that, okay, fine. So first data set will be 0, then 1, then 2, then 3 till 19. And in this way, it will keep on giving you a data, right? It will keep on giving you a data set out of this one. So here range function is trying to do what? One by one, it is trying to give you a data. It is not waiting for someone, some other thread, or it is not waiting for some other program to get executed. By default, one by one, it is trying to give you a data. But if you will try to check the definition, it is telling me that, okay, fine. So range will try to give you 0, 20, but no data. Here I'm not received the data, right? It's just a definition that we have received. But if I'm going to call this one, this range function inside a list, I'm able to get the data. If I'm able to call this function for I in range of 20, and then if I'm trying to do a print operation, then I'm able to get the data, right? So in these two ways, I'm able to get the data. But when I'm trying to call range function directly, it is not showing me the data. It is just showing me the range object. In the similar way, when we have created a function over here, right? And I'm trying to call this function. So ideally it should work if I would have used a return operation or maybe a printf operation, right? But here, so when I have used yield operation, it is telling me that no, your function is what? Your function is a generator function. So if your function is a generator function, right? So I will not be able to give you an output. I will help you out. I'll help you out to remember that what I have done last time. And based on that, you can try to extract the data, right? So, okay. So what I will do is, so I have this function and I'm not able to get the output, but I'm looking for an output. What I will do, I'll try to write for I in what? Test 5, 5 of 30. And then here, print I. Are we able to get the data? Just like a range function. So can I say that I'm trying to create my own function, which is behaving like a range function? Inside this function, I have written my own definition. Someone has created a range function, right? Someone has created a range function. Someone has written a definition of the range function. In the similar fashion, I'm trying to create my own function. And it is trying to do what? So, and it is trying to give me a data one by one, one by one, one by one. So I have created what? I have actually created a generator kind of a function. So again, it's a one type of the function that you will be able to see or you will be able to get. Now, generator is nothing but it just remembers that what I have done last time. How it is remembering? With the help of yield. So yield is a keyword which is helping them out to remember what I have done last time, and then based on that, what I have to produce next time. It is not supposed to store a entire data. But in this case, right, in this case, I will not be able to get an output unless and until I'm not trying to store the whole data at a time. Then only I will be able to get the complete output, or then I will be able to get the final output. So what I will do over here, guys, is like I'll try to pass the same number, right? And now you can see how things happens. So here you will be able to find out, right? So here you will be able to find out that it's not like it has stopped processing my data. It is still producing my data. It is still processing my data, but it is not waiting for my list, or it is not waiting for my next computation to end itself. So it will keep on sending you a data, right? In your console, it will keep on sending you data to our next processes, but still it is trying to produce a new data. So it's completely fine. It is trying to produce a new data, but it is not waiting for the end to give me a final data. And this is the kind of a differences you will be able to get in between a, I can just click on wait. So even in this case, it is going to take a huge computation power, but lesser than the previous one, right? Just 30%, not as 100%. Collab is working fine with this code. Yes, collab will work fine. So none of the system will crash in this case, because what happens is here it is not supposed to remember what I have done in last 10 step. Here it is just supposed to remember what I have done in last step. So collab will work fine in this case for sure. So it simply means that display the runtime result values. Yes, this is what I'm trying to show you. How to create a list of this data? So if you have to create a list of this data, so again same procedure. So you will have to follow the old approach, old way. So inside the list you can try to call it. So here a very simple operation, guys, which I'm trying to show you, that with the help of yield operator, so I'm trying to convert my function in as a generator function. So just like a range function, I'm trying to convert. So with the help of yield operator, so you can try to convert any function as a generator function. So where it will be able to give you an output then and there in a runtime. So this is the advantages that you will be able to get. Again, there is a pros and cons. You will be able to see even over here, right, in terms of memory consumptions, utilizations, but still this process takes lesser amount of memory. And again, so it is not supposed to remember all those things that it has done in a past. It is just supposed to remember only one step or two step based on your calculation that you are going to do. So this way it will be easier for my machine to do a computation. Yield is useful in ML. It's not a concept of ML or DL. In ML, what you do, so in ML, so you just write a code, right? So here, after understanding the algorithm, so if you feel that you are looking for an immediate output, runtime output, yes, you can try to use yield. So just a procedure I'm trying to show you. That's it. Still, so as you can see, for these many number of data, so still it is working and then it is trying to produce the data. But yeah, I will be able to get my data even into my console. So in my temporary storage, I will be able to see my data set. So here you will be able to get only one advantage is that you don't have to allocate a complete memory for one single process. So here you can try to utilize whatever memory that you have, and based on that you can try to do a calculation. It's not a memory intensive operation. Yes, process wise you can say that it's the same process, but it's a less memory intensive operation. So how many of you are able to understand this, guys? Just wait for a couple of minutes, it will be done, because it will keep on generating the output and control may get into a next step. Yes, that's true. Umang is saying easier, sir. Yeah, it's actually easy. It's nothing, right? So if you try to understand each and everything in a logical way, right, things are not tough at all. What internally yields do? So yields is trying to generate, so do a computation and then throw it to a temporary storage. Simple. So no need to memorize all those things. Just try to remember only one step. Without yield, if we write a direct print, so you will be able to get data type as a non-type, and on non-type, so you will not be able to do any further computation. That's the issue that you are going to face. So yeah, without writing a yield operation, guys, you can even write a print statement over there. You will be able to see a similar kind of outcome. The problem over here is like you will not be able to I'll say do a primitive operation on top of that, because we know that that print operation always returns a non-type. My PC crashed. Many people have pinged me that their PC is not working. Yeah, it was expected. In this class, it happens all the time. So whenever I used to talk about eel, right, so half of the people will face the same pain. So yeah, here you will be able to do a very simple test of the system, right? So like it's a very small process, but still we are able to hang like our system is not able to take a load of this one. Maybe I can try to use this option, kernel option. And even if this is not working, so in that case, I can try to use some other option. Yeah, now it's done. It will take some time to call a garbage collection, first of all. Someone is suggesting me that system restart may work, so just wait. Even over here, so it will work. It's nothing but it's my age issue, so it's gives me a problem sometime. I can try to open these things in Chrome as well, and it will work. So it's an issue with the age as well. So like it was consuming a huge amount of resources because my Python consumption is approximately zero, right? So my interpreter is not using much space, but yes, this one is using a huge amount of resources. It is not able to call its collector, so because of that, so it is not able to release all those things which I have already executed. That's the only issue, and it is not only storing something from my yield, so it is storing something even from my previous execution, which I have done before yield. That is the reason. So Control Shift R may work so that it will be able to do a complete cleanup. It will take some time. Okay, in between, so we can start over here. So let's try to understand, and again, next yield function, right? So what is the use of yield? So let's try to understand it. So here, what I can do is I can try to write maybe another function, right? Uh, to generate maybe a Fibonacci series. So I will try to show you that how to write a function in two way with using a yield and without using a yield to generate a Fibonacci series. So I think in last class, so we have already seen all of those things. So let's suppose if I'm trying to like write a function, and I can try to say, okay, fine. So gen fib generate Fibonacci, and we all know that how it will be able to work, right, in terms of generating a Fibonacci series. So here I can write a is equal to 1 and then b is equal to 1. Those who don't understand Fibonacci, it's completely fine. Output is equal to maybe some list I can try to create for I in range of, so NGE range of maybe 6. I can try to give 6 Fibonacci series I would like to generate, right? Output wise, so OUT dot append, it's a list. So append, I can try to call append I and then try to do what? So a comma b is equal to b comma a plus b. So a plus b we can try to write, and then we can try to write r into u rn return what? So return out. Okay, here executed. Now here, so I've written a very simple and a small function. So where you can see that this is the function which will be able to write a, or which will be able to generate a Fibonacci series, right? So every time, so I'm trying to create a new data, and then I'm trying to add my data inside output. Now, those who are not aware about a Fibonacci series, so let me tell you one thing. Fibonacci series is a kind of a series where you will be able to generate a kind of a sequences where next sequence will be a combination, or you can say addition of a previous two sequences. For example, 1 1 and then 2 and then 3 and 5 and 8 and 13. So in this way you will end up generating a data. As you can see that this one initially, if we don't have a data, so it's completely fine. 1. Now before 1 there is no data, so it will consider these things as a 0. So 1 plus 0 is equal to 1. Then 2, 1 plus 1. 3, 2 plus 1. 5, 3 plus 2. 8, 5 plus 3. 13, 8 plus 5. So here n nth data we are trying to generate, which is nothing but it's a combination of n minus 1th plus n minus 2th, right? So if you will try to combine these two data, then you will be able to generate a next data, and this kind of a sequence or this kind of a series is called as a Fibonacci series. I think most of us are already aware about it, not in terms of coding, at least in terms of mathematics, right? Fine. Here what I'm trying to do is again a same procedure. So I'll try to generate a Fibonacci series. I will keep on appending my data inside the output, right? Output is nothing but it's a kind of a list that we have created, and we'll keep on appending our data. Finally, once it will come out of this loop, it will try to return me what? It will try to return the final data set to me. Here in between, we are trying to call A is equal to B, B is equal to A plus B. This is what it means. Again, I think in last class, I have discussed about the same logic. Now let's try to talk about same logic again. So initially, A will be what? A is equal to 1 and B is equal to what? B is equal to 1. So initially A is equal to 1 and B is equal to 1 that we have given. Now there is a blank list. So inside my output list, there is nothing as of now, right? It's a completely blank. I'm trying to iterate through this data. So range is starting from maybe, let's suppose 0, right? So in a first place, I will be equal to 0. So output dot append means inside this list, we are trying to append what? We are trying to append first of all 0. And then we are trying to write A is equal to B. Now A is equal to B means what? A is equal to B. What is the current value of B? So current value of B is nothing but 1. So A is equal to B means A is equal to 1, right? And then B is equal to A plus B. Now B is equal to A plus B. Now what is a value of A and B as of now? So value of A and B is nothing but this and this, not this one. Many people think that this is the value, but no, we are trying to do inline operation. In case of inline operation, unless and until it is not able to execute that line, it will not be able to get the new values or new instances. So here B is equal to what? A plus B. So 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. Next iteration, right? So in next iteration, what will happen? It will try to append output. Output is nothing but, sorry, my bad. We are supposed to append A over here. Otherwise, you will not get any output. A. Okay, fine. So here we are trying to append A. So fine, last time I have appended A is equal to 1. Let's suppose this time I'll try to do what? So I'll try to append next value of A. So again, value of A is equal to 1. So I will try to append it. This will not be 0. I'm starting from 1, right? I can start with 0 as well. There is no issue. So you can start with 0. It's allowed. So here A is equal to 1 in a first iteration. In a second iteration, so let's suppose A is equal to 1 again, right? I have appended. Now here, so I'm trying to say A is equal to B. Now what is B, by the way? So in a next iteration, A is equal to B means A is equal to 2. What is the value of B? B is nothing but 1 plus 2 is equal to 3. So B is equal to 3. Now in the next iteration, so I can try to write A is equal to B. So what is a B? 3. Then what is B? A plus B. So 3 plus 2 is equal to 5. Now in next iteration, A is equal to what? 5. What is B? 5 plus 3 or A plus B, 3 plus 5 is equal to 8. So in this way, I will keep on generating a series, or I will keep on generating a sequences where next data is nothing but it's a combination of a previous two data set, right? So here is a way by which I will be able to generate. But my main focus is not to teach you Fibonacci series, because I think last time we have already discussed about it, right? My main intention is to show you again a generator kind of a function with the help of yield operation. So here, what is the issue and what is the problem? So here issue is very simple. I will not be able to get output list unless and until it is not able to exhaust a complete computation, unless and until it is not able to perform all the operations which I'm looking for. Once I will be able to get that, yes, I will be able to perform this kind of operation. So let's try to execute and let's try to see that, let's suppose I'm given n and generate Fibonacci. If I'm going to call, let's suppose it's a 10, execute. So I'm able to get 10 Fibonacci number. I think we all know how this Fibonacci number has been calculated. And again, we all know that what is the pros and cons of A and B, right? How it is going to update the values. If not, you can ask me a question. I'll explain you again because it creates a confusion for sure. There's no issue. So here I have a Fibonacci series. I'm able to generate this Fibonacci series, Fibonacci number, but finally it is going to give me a list. So unless and until I don't have a complete list, I will not be able to get an output inside a console. Let's suppose if I have to convert a same function as a generator function, my requirement is to convert this entire data as a generator function so that it will try to do a computation. It will try to calculate a new value and give it to me, right? This is what I'm expecting. This is what I'm looking for. So in this case, what I can do is my entire code will be same. I will try to remove return first of all. Plus here, so I'm trying to append all of my data in a list. I don't want it, right? What I will do is, so whatever data that I would like to yield means whatever data for which I would like to memorize what I have done last time and what I have to do next time, right? So I can try to keep these things inside a yield operation. So in this way, it will be able to memorize. So let's suppose I would like to yield A, because A is something that we are trying to update and we have to extract to print our entire Fibonacci series. So I can try to write in this way. Now, if I'll try to call gen Fibonacci, right here. So if I'm going to give, let's suppose 6, it is telling me that it's a generator object. If it is a generator object, right? So if it is a generator object, then what I will do? So if it is a generator object, I can write for I in, right? So if it is a generator object, I can write for I in gen Fibonacci, and then I can try to place 6 over here and then print I. Are we able to get a Fibonacci number? Yes, we are able to get. Are we waiting for an entire process to get executed? I don't think so. Let's suppose if I would like to generate maybe these many number of a Fibonacci series, right? Now you will not observe a lag. Last time you have observed a lag and there was a reason behind it, right? I'll tell you what is the reason behind that one. Because last time I have done what? I have executed my without yield operation in a first place, and all of you have executed yield operation in a first place. So it has already occupied your complete cache and your memory and your space, which was allocated for your browser in which you are executing this, right? When I have changed, that's the reason, so I have shown you this one. So when I have changed my browser this time, see, it has happened in no time, right? It has happened in no time. Even over here, so we are trying to do a heavy calculation. Even over here, so we are trying to generate a number. I'll show you the size of one number. Still it is generating, see? It's not generating. Still it is generating. But I'll just keep on showing you, right? Still it is generating and it is not going to occupy my memory. So we'll be fine. So memory utilization is less as compared to the previous one. And here, so one number size itself is to use, right? So whenever it is creating one single number, so you will be able to find out, and I'll show you that size of one single number itself is more than one page. You can just imagine one number is starting from here and is going till like a last page, right? So still on size of one single number, this is a size of one single number, and still it is producing our next number, right? So this is the size of one single number, but still it will not stop. It will not hang because it is just trying to occupy a memory or a space for that one single number that we are trying to yield to do a next computation, right? So this is the advantage that you will be able to get when you will try to convert your function as a generator function. And here you will be able to see a real capability. So still it is generating a data, right? So it will keep on generating a data. There is no issue, but it will never occupy your complete memory. So are you able to understand this, guys? So are you able to understand a reason that why last time even my system has hanged? Because not because of yield operation, because of previous operation that I have executed before yield. Yeah, so that is this is what I wanted to show you. And in every lectures, right, even you can watch my previous lectures, which is available inside your dashboard. You will be able to see the same thing. I usually showcase these things in all of my classes, so this lecture is also available over there, and same thing has happened. Even every lecture, same thing has happened. Yeah. So yes, these are the very good concept. If you have to test a fundamental of someone, right? So if I have to test a fundamental, I'll not ask you a very big thing. I can ask you a very small thing. Even your interviewer can ask a very small thing, and they will be able to test your fundamental. They can hang your system within a 2 or 3 second. After that, your system will not even work. Yeah. So this is how we always run. So you can see even now it is executing and it is trying to like generate a number, but it will keep on generating. My cursor is moving. My cursor is moving means my system is not hang. So still it is trying to generate some kind of output for me. It's a huge number in itself. So for sure system will take time. Move your screen up. Yeah. So see, I'm able to move it right up, down, everywhere. Okay. So yeah, guys, just try to implement it. So if I'm using a yield, same thing without using yield. So what is the differences that you will be able to get? Don't try to execute a previous one with this huge number sequences. Your system will crash again. So don't even do it. You can do it, but after this class, not now. It will be my advice. Okay. So fine, guys. Let's do one thing. Let's take a break of maybe like 10 to 15 minutes. So how much break that you want? So like 10 minutes, 15 minutes? So 15 minutes is fine or like 10 minutes is fine? Okay, 10 minutes. Let's take 10 minutes of break. Yeah. And after that, we'll be back and then we'll try to understand few new concept and I'll give you some assignments as well. I have to give you some task, not a kind of a task which can hang your system. A simple task I'll give you. Okay, so hope you all are enjoying this class, guys, right? And you all are able to understand. So anyone who is here who is not able to understand, what is the next topic? So next topic is going to be a file operation. So a simple txt file operation without using any pre-built file, like any pre-built library, like a pandas or something. So just in a Python, how you can try to handle or how you can deal with the file, just in core Python. Not understood the last topic. Last topic was very simple. It was yield. With the help of that, so we were trying to create a generator function. Generator function is nothing but it's a function which will not wait for your entire accumulated output. It will keep on giving you output in a runtime itself. So it will execute means calculate and give output, again calculate, give output. But to calculate a next thing, right, if I need a reference of the previous one, it will be able to remember. Yield will be useful in real-time project. Yeah, you can use it for sure. Okay, so fine, guys. Just take a break. Even I'll take a break of 10 minutes. Now it's 5:03. We will resume again by 5:14. Okay, fine. Take a break. Complete break. I can see everyone's screen. Can you see my screen? Okay, fine, guys. So I think we are back again, and let's try to start again our discussion. So I think we all are back from a break. Can you please give me a confirmation, guys? Yes or no? Okay, fine. Start. Let me share my screen again. Okay, so we were talking about this entire things, and we have seen that. Okay, fine. So how this yield is going to work? What is the meaning of iterator? What is the meaning of a generator? What is the meaning of iterable object? Right? All such kind of things we have seen so far, so forth. Still, it is generating a data set for me. So what I can do is maybe I can try to kill a kernel so that it will stop generating a data set for me. But yeah, so in this way, what happens is it will not stop generating a data. It will keep on generating a data set for you. This is what happens. And this is the kind of advantages you will be able to get in case of a yield operation. But again, computationally, so if I'm generating a huge amount of data, no one can stop you, right? So for sure, your system will take that much of time to generate this much of data. You can't help this out, like you can't help a system in this way. Okay, now, so let's try to launch a new notebook. Okay. So here I'll be talking about a new thing, guys. A couple of new things I have to discuss over here. So there are different function called as map function. There is something called as a filter function. There is something called as a reduce function that I have to discuss. But I will be talking about all of those things after a certain operations. Yeah. So here we are going to talk about a couple of operations on a file system as well as on a operating system. And then again, I will come back and I will be talking about map function and again a lambda function. So lambda function, as of now, we have seen a very small part of a lambda function, but in our map function, in our filter function, again, we are going to recall our lambda function and then we will try to perform multiple operations with the help of lambda functions and we will try to understand the actual capability of a lambda function over there. Now here, so my requirement is to deal with a file. My requirement is to create a file or my requirement is to maybe delete a file or maybe truncate a file. So these kind of things which I have to do. So let's try to understand that how I will be able to perform this sort of a operation. Before that, so I will try to create maybe a new directory. That will be great. So just try to create a new folder, guys. It is creating a new directory, but I think in a last location. Which process is taking a huge? Chrome is high and then 2 GB. Edge is low. So fine, if edge is low, I can use this one. I can try to create a new directory from here itself. cd downloads mkdir test. Okay, already exist. Fine. So mkdir 123 exists, cd test 123. Okay, so here I have just created a folder, and in this one I'm going to launch my notebook so that I will be like able to deal with my files, because there are so many files in one of my directories, so it will be like tough or difficult for me to showcase all the files. So I've just created one neat and clean directory where I don't have any other files in it, right? Now here, so with the help of Python code, you will be able to deal with a text file. You will be able to perform a read operation, you will be able to perform a write operation, and many more other operations you all will be able to perform. So let's suppose if I have to open up some of the files. So as you can see, there is no file which is available in my system except this ipynb file, which is nothing but a Jupyter notebook file which I have. So here I can try to create a variable f. I can try to call a function called as open, and inside that, so I can try to write test.txt, right, and execute. Now here, so no such file or directory it is trying to showcase to me. So whenever I'm trying to open up, right, so whenever I'm trying to open up a new file called as test.txt, it is not able to open up this particular file, because I know that there is no file which is available over here, because this particular notebook is trying to point to this particular location, right? So if there is no file which is available, and if I would like to create this file, if file is not available, then just do one thing. So try to create this particular file. So in that case, what kind of a command which I'm supposed to execute, by which it will be able to create a new file for me, and it will allow me to write some sort of a data inside this one. So here I can try to append something called as WB. Now, what is a meaning of WB? Why we are writing this WB? So we will try to understand all of those things step by step in a sequential manner. So let's suppose if I'm creating, or if I'm writing WB over here, and then if I'll try to execute. So let's suppose WB I have written and then execute. This time there is no issue, right? But here, so when I was trying to write open and then just this file, I'm trying to open up this particular file, but I'm not able to do it because this file is not available, right? Now, if I'll go back to my location, you will be able to find out that yes, it has created a file with this particular name if I'm going to give extension called as WP. Now just try to do shift and tab over here. And here you will be able to find out that a parameter called as file. So here file is nothing but file name you are supposed to provide. Second parameter or second argument that you will be able to find out called as mode. So in which mode you would like to execute this command, and there are a different kind of a mode which is available. By default you will be able to get mode is equal to R is nothing but read, means you will be able to read some of the file, right? But apart from that, so you will be able to find out R plus, RB, RB plus, W, WB, WB plus A. So these are the different kind of a mode which is available inside a file system, and we will try to understand all of those mode one by one. And again, you are not supposed to remember any of these modes, because by default these modes will be applicable in any language, whether you are trying to do a coding in Java or maybe Python, maybe C++, everywhere these modes are approximately same. R or A or B or W or WB, WB plus, RB plus, right? So all of these modes are available in each and every language. So it's a universal kind of a things you will be able to find out in terms of a mode of a file. So here, meaning of WB is nothing but, so only for writing in a binary format. This is the meaning of WB. What is the meaning of W by default? So meaning of W is nothing but open for writing, truncating the file first. So it will try to open up a file for writing some of the data, and it will try to truncate. Truncate means whatever data set is available inside your file, if file exists. If file doesn't exist, there is nothing to truncate. But if file exists, so it will try to truncate all of those data, and then it will start writing your data from the very first cursor or from the very first pointer of your file. This is what it means. B is nothing but binary mode. So I would like to open up my file into a binary mode, and I would like to write something inside this file. And this is what I have done, right? So this is what I have done, and this is what I'm trying to do. So here, let's suppose I have opened up a file. Now I can see that yes, there is a file which is available. There is no issue. Now, after that, I would like to write something inside this file, because if I'll try to open up this file, as of now, it's blank, right? Now, I would like to write something, my story or something like that. So f dot write is a function, or it's a command which is available. So file, f is nothing but it's a variable of the file that we have created, and it is already available in a writing mode. So fine, if it is available into a writing mode, I can try to write down something inside this particular file, execute, right? A byte like object is required, not a string. So I can try to append, just try to open as of now in this way. Yeah, write mode, not a byte. Otherwise, I'll have to pass a data set into some other format. So here I'm trying to call f dot write, and it's completely fine. So now if I'll go over here and if I'll try to check this file, so for sure my data set should be available. But before that, close it and then execute. Now data set is available, right? So I'm trying to write some of the data set from Python code into my file system, into my txt file, and yes, this data set is available. I'm able to perform all of those operations inside this one, and then I have called f.close, and it is closing my file. Means after that, so file object will not be available. So in this way, in the simplest possible way, so I'm trying to perform a writing operation into a file. Now, so if I have to perform a read operation into the same file, so yes, I will be able to do that. If I have to perform a append operation, let's suppose if there is a new data which I would like to append inside this file, yes, I will be able to do it. Each and everything I will be able to perform. So first of all, writing is fine, writing is done. Now, so let's try to open up again a file. So I'll try to call again open command, and I will try to open the same file that I have created, open.txt, right? Now I can try to type f dot, and you can try to press tab. You will be able to find out many options. Out of this option, you will be able to find out read option somewhere. Yeah, so read option. Now whatever data that I have written inside the file system, yes, I'm able to read out all of those data. Let's suppose manually I'll go over here and I'll try to write something inside a file, control s, and then again if I'll try to perform this read operation, so yes, I'm able to read all the data which is available inside my file. Everywhere you will be able to find out slash n slash n slash n. Slash n is nothing but it's a new line. So whenever you will try to read out this txt file, you will have to parse through this slash n. And I think in our Python code, we have already seen that if we have a slash tab, if we have a slash n, so how we can try to split a data set based on that, and how we can try to format a data. This is the hard way. This is the hard way of doing it. There is a simplest way as well. We will try to understand, but as of now, just try to understand how to read a file, how to write some data inside a file, what is a meaning of a different kind of a mode that we have. And then as a conclusion, so in a single shot, we will be able to perform each and every operations that we are looking for. So yes, a read operation is fine. Again, if I'll try to perform f dot read operation, so let's suppose if I'm trying to perform f dot read operation and execute, this time blank. Anyone who can tell me what is the reason? I'm trying to read out the file. There is a data, I know that there is a data inside a file which is available, but why I'm getting a blank? Okay, so let's try to understand. For the very first time, when you will try to open up your file, so your cursor will be available in a beginning here, right? So it will start going through all of this data one by one, slash n, end of the file, right? Again, this one, slash n. And in this way, it will keep on reading a data. Now your cursor is where? Your cursor is here. Again, if you will try to perform f dot read operation, right? Again, if you try to perform f dot read operation, so your cursor is here. After that, there is no data. And that is the reason. So it is not giving you issue, or it is not giving you error, but it is giving you a blank. But my requirement is to read a data, right? From here, maybe from 10th line, or maybe from a 10th word. My requirement is to read a data. Then what I should do? there is a different function called as seek. So if I have to set a pointer manually by myself, so in that case, I can try to use a function called as seek. So here, if I have to reset my cursor, right, I can try to call f dot s double e k seek. Now seek wise, let's suppose if I'm trying to give 10. Now what is the meaning of 10? 10 simply means that my cursor will start from, or my cursor will try to reset itself on a 10th position. So one word is equal to one cursor, or you can say that it's just like indexing operation. So it is going to start from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on. So if I'm trying to set seek is equal to 10, so it will start seeking for a data, or it will start like looking for a data set from a 10th position. So it will try to reset my cursor on 10th position. So if I'm going to set this one, seek is equal to 10th position, right? Now if I'll try to perform f dot read read operation. So where is my cursor? My cursor is available on 10th location, right? Execute. So from 10th location, I will start getting a data. So in this way, I'm able to set, or I'm able to reset my cursor. Yes. So if I would like to set my cursor on a 0th position again, now if I'll execute my data, right? Again, if I'll try to write f dot read read, if I'm going to write f dot read read, right? Again blank. The reason is, again, now my cursor is available in a last position. If I have to reset my cursor in a first position, so I can try to do what? I can try to write like a f dot s double e k seek, and seek where? So seek from 0, execute. And now if I'll try to perform a read operation, yes, I'm able to read the data from the first position. So with the help of seek command, I will be able to set a cursor position. And from there, it will start reading my data from my file, the file which is available inside my system. So this is something it is going to do. This is something it is going to perform in this case. So hope you all are able to understand, first of all, what is the meaning of write. So write will try to, or this mode called as W. So W is nothing but it will try to create a file if file is not available, because open is just going to open up a file. There is a possibility that file will not be available. So it will try to create one if mode is W. You can try to perform write operation by calling f dot write. You can try to perform a closing operation by calling a file dot close. You can try to perform again open operation, read operation, seek operations. Each and every operations, you will be able to do it with the help of all of these commands. And you are not supposed to remember even a single function. Just press tab and you will be able to see this complete help from a Python itself. And like I told you, so this is a hard way to deal with a file system. We will be able to understand that how to deal with the Excel system, Excel file, or maybe a PDF file, or maybe your Word file, or maybe your like a different kind of a file system like a RC file, Avro file, Parquet file system going forward, or how to deal with a different kind of a binary file. But here, if we have a simple plain txt file, so how to perform a read and write operation with respect to a txt file. So I think we all will be able to understand it with the help of this statement. Now here, what I will do is I'll try to perform one operation. So file, and then I will try to open a file. Same file, test.txt. Let's suppose if I'm trying to open up this particular file. This time I can try to change maybe a mode. Yeah. So not in a read W mode. So not in a write mode. So maybe in a read mode, we can try to open up a file. So R is nothing but it's a read mode. Yes. So I can try to execute. Now, if I'll try to do this kind of operation, f dot write, and then if I'll try to write something, it will give me issue. It will tell me that unsupported operation. So I'm not able to perform this operation because you have opened up your file into a read mode and you are trying to perform what? You are trying to perform a write operation. So if you have just opened up your file into a read mode and if you're trying to perform some write operation, for sure, it's not allowed. In the similar way, right? Let's suppose if I'll ask you to give an access of your Google Drive, what you do? Right click and then share, right? You will be able to get editor option. You will be able to see a viewer option. So in a viewer mode, you will be able to see a file, you can download it, but you can't edit a file in that location. You can't delete a file in that location. But if you have a permission, or if you have access as an editor, you will be able to perform such kind of operation in a easiest possible way, right? You all will be able to perform this kind of operations in a easiest possible way. So if you are looking for that kind of operation, yes, you can do it. You can give a permission to someone just to perform a read operation or write operation with the help of Python query or Python code. Just have to write your logic in that way. Simple. So here you have all the mode which is available. You just have to use it as per your requirement. So if something is available into a read mode, I will be able to read. I won't be able to perform a write operation. Let's suppose if I'm trying to perform a read operation, READ, right? So yes, it is going to allow me to perform a read operation. Now again, read operation, same cursor issue I'm going to face, right? So let's suppose if I'm going to do f dot seek, right? Seek at maybe a 10th position or maybe at a 0th position. Now f dot, now I know that my cursor is available at a 0th position. So f dot read, and let's suppose from 25th, right? So if I have written read and if I have written 25, anyone who can explain me a meaning of this? What is the meaning of 25 over here? I think just by looking into output, you all will be able to understand. Read 25 character. From where? From a current cursor location. Now, where is your cursor? At a 0th position. You have a cursor. And from there, so you are trying to read a 25 data or you are trying to read a 25 character. So that is completely fine. Not from a 25th position. Some people think that from 25th position, we are trying to read a data, but no, you are not trying to read a data from 25th position. You are actually reading 25 data or 25 character out of the file. This is the meaning of a number, any numbers inside a read statement, right? Okay. So fine. Now I know that how to perform these operations. Now, if I would like to close this instance, so I can try to call f dot close. In this way, file object will not be available. So let's suppose if I'm performing read now, after closing it, right? So f dot read, and it is telling me that IO operation on a closed file. So you are trying to perform some sort of a input output operation on a file which you have already closed. Yes. So you have opened a file and you have just closed a file. So if you have closed the file, for sure you will not be able to perform any kind of operations that you were able to perform before closing it. Yes. Okay. Now, so let's try to understand again a different mode, right? So as I have discussed and as I have shown you that there are a different kind of a mode which is available, and here is a meaning of different mode you all will be able to understand. Read means open a file by default, right? So this mode will be enabled by default. W means write something into a file, but condition is it will truncate first, means it will clean the complete data and then it will write. X means create a new file and open it for the writing. So X means it will try to create a new file and by default it will try to open up for a writing operation. A means open for writing, appending to the end of the file if it exists. So here in case of A mode, right? So let's suppose if I'm trying to open this file, so I'll just show you one example. Close this file first of all. If this file is open, so this operation is going to give you error. Let's suppose if I'm trying to perform an operation, f dot open. Open what? Same file I'll try to open up. Test dot txt. In what mode I would like to open? So maybe into a write mode I would like to open. Write mode. Right? Okay. Execute. So in write mode, I would like to execute it. Now, when I will try to open up this file into a write mode, and if you will go back and check your file, all of my data set is gone. This is the meaning of truncate. So now if you'll check a file, everything has gone, right? Nothing is available over here. So, okay, it's fine, not an issue. I'll create it again. So f is equal to open and then f dot write. So I would like to write something, yeah. So I would like to write again something over here. Fine. 41 number of character we have already written inside this one. Now if I'll go and check back this file, so yes, I will be able to get some data. So f dot close. Okay. So now I will be able to see some data here. refresh it. Sometime you will not be able to see replications immediately, so just try to refresh your browser. You will be able to see it. So here is a data set which is written. Right now I would like to add something after this one. So what I can do, so maybe I can try to like again open up a file. So open again, same test.txt. I can try to open. In what mode this time I would like to open? So maybe in a mode, right? In a append mode I would like to open this file. And let's try to create an instance. So f is equal to the instance of this file, execute, and then f.writ, and again here, so try to write something, right? And then f dot close, and you will be able to find out that it must have appended something inside my file. Yes, this is the data that we have written. This is the same data that we have written over here. And yes, it is able to append something, so it is not truncating it. So there is a possibility that if you would like to wipe out the previous data, fine, do it. Try to open up your file into a write mode. If you would like to write something, but into a append mode after your data. So if you would like to write something, yes, you will be able to write it down with the help of a operator. So likewise, there are r operator, there is a like r plus operator, w operator, wb operator, w just b operator, b plus operator. So all of these things are nothing but it's a universal operator which you can try to utilize in any languages, and no one remembers it, right? As and when it is required, we will be able to recall. Just you have to do shift and tab, and yes, you will be able to get a complete list. After that you can start working. But yes, you should know how to read or how to perform a write operation on top of a file. This is something that you are supposed to know at any point of a time. Okay. Now, so let's suppose if I am trying to open up some file, right? So these operations are fine. So let's suppose if I'm trying to open up some file, open, just open. So f is equal to open. And here, so this time I would like to open test1.txt. Okay, text1.txt. Here, so I would like to open up this file into a binary mode, let's suppose, right? Last time it was not working, so this time I'll show you how it is going to work, because I have to append a data into a little bit different way. Now here, so I have opened up a file for writing. It simply means that it will create a file. B is nothing but binary data. Yeah. So here, what is the meaning of this binary data? Let's try to understand. F dot writ, write. Okay. And I will try to write some data. It is giving me issue. I'm trying to write some data, right? It is giving me some issue. But I'll try to copy this code again, and here, so I'll try to append B, and this time no issue, right? This time, so last time I have opened up this file and then I was trying to write it down. It was giving me this issue. It is telling me that byte-like object is required, not a string. This time, what I have done is, there is my string. Before that, so I have appended B. B is nothing but it's a notation for a binary. Now, if I'll try to get inside this file, right? So let me close this one. Then I can see a data. Close. So here, whatever I was trying to write, right? So yes, all of this data set is visible, but binary is nothing but, or UTF, or like I can say UTF-8 or ASCII. So these are nothing but it's a different data format in which system will try to hold a data. So if you have created a binary file, if you're trying to open up some file in a binary mode, so you have to make sure that you are supposed to store a data in that particular format. If you are not going to store a data in that particular format, it is going to give you an issue, right? Okay. Now here, what I will do is, so I will try to open up this file, right? Or maybe I can try to open up this file maybe into a read mode. So f is equal to open, and open which file? The same file which I have created, test1.txt. And this time I can try to open up this file maybe into a read mode, read as a string, into a read mode, and then I can try to write f dot, right? So f dot read. So I know that it will be able to read the entire data. So maybe I can try to set a cursor. So seek, and then maybe on a second location, I can try to set a cursor. Now, so here, if I'll try to like do f dot read and f dot read 1, so after the second cursor, it will try to read only one data, right? It will try to read only one data. Now here, so I can try to write a seek in a little bit different way. So f dot seek, and let's suppose if I have written -3, and let's suppose if I have written 2. Now what is a meaning of this? So if I have written this kind of a statement inside seek, so seek 0, we understand that. Seek 10, we know about it, right? But let's suppose if I'm going to execute, so can't do non-zero end relative seek. So let's try to understand. So I think we all understand what is a meaning of 2. So 2 means cursor is available at a second location, right? Now here, so if I'm going to write 2 comma 3, it should work by default. Okay, so RB byte mode. Yeah, it will work in a byte mode because it's a binary file. So it is going to work in a byte mode. So here I have written this one -3 and 2. Last time it was giving me an issue because I have not opened up my file into a byte mode. But if I'm going to open up a file into a byte mode, so it simply means that it is trying to go to a third byte before the end. So this is what it means. Now let's suppose if I'm going to keep 3 comma 3, right? It is an issue when is value 3 unsupported. Let's suppose if I'm giving 1, 8. Let's suppose if I'm giving 0, invalid argument. So in case of 4, again not supported. In case of 2 and 1, so yes, it is going to work fine for me. Now let's suppose here if I'll try to change something like a 4, so yes, it is working fine for me. So it simply means that it is trying to go to a fourth location. If I'm going to give -4, if I'm giving a -3, so it is trying to go to a third location, or you can say it is going to a third byte before the end of the data. So this is something what it means. So it is trying to set a location in this particular way. Now here, this is just again a very uncommon like operations that we used to do. So you will never see a situation, you will never see a scenario so where you are going to set locations in a byte data in general. Generally, we don't even deal with the txt file. We always deal with the CSV file or Excel file or this sort of a files, but still this kind of operations you are supposed to remember. Now let's suppose if I'm going to open up another file. Let's suppose if I'm going to open up open test2.txt and try to open up this file into a write mode, write as a string. So if you are trying to open up this file into a write mode, then f dot write. Now write what? Write something inside this one. Okay, so we have written a 56 different character inside this file. F dot close. So fine, this file will be available over here. So test2.txt, inside that 56 byte of the data that we have written. Now this 56 byte is nothing but total number of character that you have written. This is what it is going to show you. So even from here, so you can do a calculation. Now here what I will do is, so I can try to perform maybe a read operation. So file dot read, or I can try to write in this way, open what, test2.txt into which mode? Into read mode. Let's suppose into read mode, you have to open up this file. Now f dot I can try to write read. It's completely fine. I'm able to read out the complete data. Now here I will try to make some changes. And let's suppose if I'm trying to perform a read operation, you will be able to see a /n/n/n kind of a things over here, and but still you will be able to read out all the data. Let's suppose I'm going to set a pointer, because pointer will be available at the last location. So I can try to do what? I can try to call a read line. Now here you will be able to find out that when I'm trying to call a read operation, right? So whenever I'm trying to call a read operation, so it is able to read. There is no doubt with that, right? But when I'm trying to call a read line operation, any changes that you are able to observe, anyone? In test 2, so when I'm trying to perform a read operation, so it is trying to give me all the data. When I'm trying to perform a read line operation, so anyone who can tell me what is different things that you are able to see? I'll show you again. I'll try to call read line. Are you able to observe something? Read one line at a time. I think this time you all are able to observe these things very clearly. So when I'm trying to call a read operation, it is able to read a complete data. But when I'm trying to call a read line operation, so in a single iteration, it is trying to hold itself when it will find out slash n. So wherever it will be able to encounter slash n, it will try to return a data only till that particular point. And this is a differences you will be able to get in between read and a read line operation. Let's suppose if I'm going to give maybe 9. What is the meaning of it? Line number 9th we are trying to read out. So it is possible to find out a total number of lines, and it is possible to read out only those lines out of the file with the help of read line operation. So you just have to pass an argument inside your read line, and then that line you will be, if you would like to skip some of the line, yes, it is possible. We are aware about the range function. We can try to generate a numbers. We can try to go through all of those read lines, and then I will be able to get a data in a simplest possible way. Let's suppose I have given you one requirement. Let's suppose just close it. F dot close, close, execute. I have given you one operation. So where what you have to do is, so you have to read all the lines one by one, one by one. Whatever lines is available inside my file, you have to read out all the lines. So what you can do, just open the file first of all, right? Now after opening up the file, which file? test2.txt. Let's suppose if I'm trying to open up, and then maybe I can try to open up this file into a read mode. Done. Now I can try to write for loop for I in, right? For I in F. Files are also iterable object. So I can try to iterate through it. Now, so print. Print what? Print I. Are we able to get all the data? Yes, we are able to get all the data from a file in a single shot itself. Now, I think I have to reset again seek. Fine. So I've just applied print function end. So I'm saying that, okay, fine. So at the end of this file, don't try to place slash n. By default, it will try to place slash n. I just given that, okay, fine. So don't try to place anything after that. And in this way, one after another line. So it is trying to show me all my data set. Yes. So this is something that you all will be able to see. This is something that you all will be able to get out of this one. Now, let's suppose if I'm going to give you a requirement that try to open up a file, right? So just try to do one thing, f dot close. Try to open up a file and try to give me all the data into a list. Again, that is possible. So if and then open what? test2.txt. txt, yes. And then try to open up this file into a read mode, because I'm trying to read the data, right? Not trying to write the data. And then what I will do is, so I can try to maybe call this file into a list. Are we able to get all the data inside the list? Right? So I'm able to get all the data inside a list. There is a problem like /n that we can remove, that we can handle anyhow, right? So that I will be able to handle it anyhow in this one. So here, this is how I will be able to perform different operations, guys. It's not like difficult. It's not difficult at all, you can say. Let's suppose if I would like to open up a file into read and write both mode, right? I must be able to read it. I must be able to write something into this one. For that, you can try to use R plus. In this case, read and write both. So here, I'm able to read it, right? Now let's try to write something. So F dot, we all know, right? WRIT, execute. So if I'll go and check, right? So if I'll go and check this one, I'll have to close it. Then only I will be able to see the data. Yes, I can see the data which I was trying to write. So this data set is available over here in a easiest possible way. Okay, now there is something called as a write lines, right? Okay, so let's try to do one thing. So F is equal to open, first of all, and I can try to open up test2.txt. And here, what I can do, I can try to open up my file into read plus write mode, both. Read and write mode. In both mode, I'm supposed to open up this file. So here, what I can do is, so here I can try to write F dot write table, write lines. So this is something which I can try to opt for. So what it will do, what this write line will do, so it will try to write a sequence of the line at the end of the file, right? So whatever I'm going to write over here, or whatever I'm trying to put over here, so it will be able to write it down, but a sequence of the data. What is the meaning of it? Let's try to understand. So here I have passed a data now. So if I'll try to do F dot close, so fine, I can try to open it up. I have to refresh, that's the issue. Where is my data? Write lines. I think this is something which I have written, right? FA. Where was my cursor, by the way? I think my cursor was available at 0th location, right? Yeah, so I have opened up this file at the 0th location and my cursor was available at that location. And that is the reason. So it is trying to write my data over there. Fine. Even this is fine, right? Logically, so this is correct. So let's suppose if I'm going to set my cursor at some position, 45th position, let's suppose. And then if I'm going to call my write lines, yes, it will write it down over there. This time it has written over there, I think. Let me give 450 or 67, no, 67, 90, or maybe. It is writing it, but yeah, so wherever your cursor will be available, so at that place, it will try to write it down. So it's just a cursor concept, guys, nothing else. Yeah, so it is able to write it down. See, so it is able to write it down at this position. In between, there was no data, so it has placed a red dot. So because I have given which location I have given, a cursor location is equal to 345. So I have set a cursor location 345, and then I'm trying to perform this operation. So it is trying to write it down at that particular location. So in any location, if I have to perform a write operation from any location, if I have to set my cursor, if I have to perform a read operation, so yes, I will be able to perform a read operation. I will be able to perform a write operation, right? So it is very easy to perform these kind of operations in any way, right? Now I'll try to show you one another interesting fact over here. So f dot file number, IO operation close. Fine, I think I have executed close, so I'll have to open up. Not an issue. I'll try to open it up. Open my file and open which file? So open my test2.txt. In what mode? In a R plus mode. So read and write mode. Okay. And then f dot same command which has failed last time. So this is nothing but file. Now it is telling you that, okay, fine. So what is a file number that you have? So this is something it will try to tell you that, okay, fine. So open a file and then provide the integer file descriptor. So it will always try to tell you that, okay, fine. So what is a file number? Let's suppose if I'm trying to check these things for a test one, right? It's a 7. So don't try to get confused that it is trying to show you the that number of the file, because 7 number of file is not even available inside this directory. It is trying to give you just a integer descriptor of this file so that you all will be able to understand it. So apart from that, there are many more functions, there are many more methods which you will be able to find out inside a file. You can try to realize it, but yes, these are the basic functions that you are supposed to know, and you're not supposed to remember. You're not supposed to remember even a single one. Without even remembering any of these things, you will be able to perform these operations. Another way to create a file is, this is again a little bit of odd way. So there is a command called as write file, right? And then let's suppose if I'm going to write test5.txt, my name is SUDH, and execute. So this is again another way by which you will be able to perform a writing operation inside the file. So let's suppose test5.txt, this file was not available. This is a command, ampersand, so percentile write file. So in this way, it will try to create a file if file is not available. It will try to override a file if file is already available. And whatever text that you are going to mention below this, it will try to write it down. So let's go over here and see, it has already written. So this is not again a standard way of doing these things, but still you can try to use it for performing writing operations or writing something into a file. These are the intuitive way by which you will be able to perform variety of different operation. There is another command you will be able to find out, like a flush command. You will be able to find out a read line that we have already discussed. Truncate command you will be able to find out. So these are nothing but just a syntaxes by which you will be able to flush out your file. You will be able to truncate your complete file. There is a delete command you will be able to find out. You can delete your complete file. So these are the commands which is available, and you can try to use it as and when it is required. Now this is a basic description about a file. Like I said, so these are something which you are not going to use frequently. You are going to use pandas library and a different kind of a library frequently for doing a file or data manipulation. Don't think that you will be able to manipulate all the files with the help of these operations. These are the very basic operation. If you are dealing with the Excel sheet, if you are dealing with the Word file, if you are dealing with the PDF file, if you are dealing with the image file, if you are dealing with the like ORC file, RC file, Parquet file, Avro file, right? H5 file, you will face a challenges. You will face a pain and problem along with that. And that we are going to understand in our pandas class, that how to perform a different kind of file system operations, because file system operations are pretty important, because whenever you will receive a data, it's not like people will give a data inside your system. So they will give you data maybe in some server locations in some file format. You will have to fetch all the data, and then you will have to work on that in terms of building a models, or maybe doing some pre-processing or EDA. Yep. Or building some sort of a deep learning or vision model with respect to a image file. So there are multiple different kind of a file format and systems which is available. We will try to understand. As you can see in your system itself, you must be having a zip file format, Excel file format, doc file format, .pdf file format, jpeg, img. Every system or every software consumes a different kind of a file format. File formats are nothing but, or different kind of a file formats are nothing but a way to store a data. inside a respective folder or inside a respective file system. Now, so let's try to understand a couple of basic OS command, operating system command. Yeah. So there is a package you will be able to find out called as OS. So by default, those packages will not be imported whenever you will try to execute your Jupyter notebook. So you have to import it. This packages will be available by default at the time of installation, but not at the time of execution. So here I can try to perform one thing called as import, right? Import OS. OS is nothing but operating system. So import operating system. And with the help of this import operating system, you will be able to do a different kind of operations. And again, it's confusing sometime if you people are new with the system. So maybe it will create some sort of a confusion. But commands wise, it's very simple. Very simple means it's nothing. There is nothing to learn, I can say, in this one. It's just like as and when it is required, so I can utilize it, right? So let's suppose if I have to find out that what is our directory location of this Jupyter notebook, right? In which directory this Jupyter notebook is available. So what I can do, I can try to write pwd execute. Pwd is nothing but present working directory. So pwd execute. So it is showing me what? A present working directory, means in which directory my notebook is pointing to, so that I will be able to get all the data, or maybe I will be able to list down all the things which is available inside this directory. So pwd is nothing but present working directory of your notebook, this notebook that you are able to see on a screen. Now, apart from that, so let's suppose if I'm trying to call OS package, which I have already imported in line number 105. So I can try to write get dir, or get, I can say cwd. So here again, it is trying to show me my working directory. So either pwd or maybe like get a current working directory, cwd. So get cwd from a OS package or pwd. By default, you can try to implement and you will be able to see that, okay, fine, this is my current working directory, or this is the location where my notebook is pointing to. Here, I can try to write another command. So os dot list dir. Now here list dir simply means that whatever is available inside this current directory, whatever is available right inside this current directory. So yes, this is a list of all the files which is available inside this particular directory, list of all the files which is available inside this directory. So it is going to show you a list of each and everything. Each and everything means whatever is available. So for everything you will be able to find out. Now again, so let's suppose in some other location, so I would like to know that in this location, what is the file which is available in this particular location, right? In my E drive download location, what and all files are available. So what I can do, so I can try to write in this way. So os dot list dir, right? So os dot list dir, and then I can try to provide this path. So till this location in my download directory, so what is a file which is available? So it is going to give you a list of all the files, every file, whatever file is available. So every file I'm able to see over here inside a single list itself. Everything I'm able to get it, right? Everything I'm able to get it inside this one. Now, those who are using a Windows machine, always make sure that in a Windows machine, either you are supposed to give a double forward slash or single backward slash. If I'm going to give a single slash, right, execute, some system it will work, in some system it will not work. So just to be on a safe side, you are supposed to do double forward, or I can say single backward in a Windows machine. In a Linux machine or in a Mac machine, default path. This will work. But there is an issue with the Windows machine. So sometime you are going to face a challenges if you're using even an older version. So you are going to face a challenges. So make sure that double forward slash or single backward slash. It's nothing. Like I said, it's nothing to like, there is nothing to learn. We all know how to access a directory with the help of mouse click, right? So this is the same thing that we are trying to learn, just with the help of what? Just with the help of Python program. So list directory, list means whatever data, whatever files are available, right? Everything it will be able to list down if you are going to call os.list directory. It is directly going to work on your operating system, right? So it will be able to perform these kind of operations. So get current working directory, we are able to see now. So let's suppose my file is pointing to this location, but let's suppose if I have to point out to some other location. As of now, my present working directory, right, is this one. Or I can say, if I'll try to write os dot get cwd, right? So it is showing me this location. Let's suppose if I would like to change my working directory, yes, like it is supposed to like point to some other directory, to some other location, I can try to do that with the help of a same command. So os dot chdr, chdr, sorry, os dot chdr, and here, so I can try to change my location. So here I can try to set maybe my current location as this one, right? Execute. Hmm. File name directory down loads. I have made a mistake here. No, it's fine. Okay, I just, it was like an extra column. So here in this way, so I'm just trying to call like a os.csdir, and yes, I'm able to change the directory. Now if I'll try to fire pwd just for the confirmation, now my directory location is this one. Okay, now if I'll again get back to my previous directory, so it's completely fine. os.chdir, os.chdir, chdir, and then I would like to get back to my previous location, right? It's fine, I can do that. And a pwd, and yes, I'm able to get back to my previous location. Okay, so this is something that you will be able to find out, right? Let's suppose from here, inside this directory, I would like to create, or I would like to make some other directory. Inside this directory, right? Inside the same directory, I would like to make another directory. So what I can do, I can try to do these things. Os dot mkdir, right? Make directory. Mkdir is nothing but make directory. So I'm trying to create a directory over there. And let's suppose with the name of studh. If I'll go and check, yes, this is the new folder which has been created. This is a folder. This is the new folder or new directory which it has created for me, right? So in this way, I am able to create this directory. Yes. So again, this is a very simple operation, right? Now here, let's suppose, right? So let's suppose if I'm asking you that, okay, fine. So try to check this directory and try to check whether this directory is available inside, or this file is available inside this directory or not. If I'll give you a task that, okay, fine, do one thing. If check, first of all, if file is available inside this directory or not. If file is available, then try to do one thing. So try to open this file or try to read a data from this particular file. If I'll give you this kind of a task, and then hold a data maybe into a list. So how you will be able to do that? So here we all know that if I'm going to fire os dot list dir, list dir. So it will try to give me a list. So what I can do, so I can try to write a command over here. So if test dot txt. So if this is available in this one, so if this is a true, first of all print that, okay, fine, my file is available in this directory, right? So here you will be able to find out that yes, if test.txt is available, let's suppose if I've written test 45, no output. If I'll try to write else condition, right? Else condition, So it is trying to fall inside the elf condition because this test 45T is not available. But yes, so if I'm going to write like a test 1 is available, so yes, it is going to print this one. Now I'm able to check, right? Now what I want to do is on top of this particular file is I would like to read if this file is available, right? So I can try to write f dot read operation, or not in this way. So I would like to perform maybe a read operation, or maybe I would like to read entire line. Possible, right? Or maybe just a read operation. Anything is fine. So here I can try to read f is equal to open, first of all, this test1.txt, test1.txt, and in which mode you are supposed to open. So into R plus mode, let's suppose, and then f dot read, right? So fine, it is able to print the object, and yes, I will be able to read the data the way we were able to read the data from the previous file, right? So we have already seen that how we can try to read a data from any of this file, and in the similar way. So yes, I will be able to perform a reading. I will be able to perform writing operations if that file exists, or any kind of things I will be able to write it down. There is no issue with respect to that. Even if I would like to read each and every line one by one, so I will be able to read out. So let's suppose if I would like to read out each and every line one by one, so I can try to write in this way: for I in f, just try to do one thing, print what? So print I. So whatever is available, whatever data is available inside my file, so it will be able to read out all the data, and it will be fine if that file exists. If that file doesn't exist, so it will not be able to perform. Now if I'll ask you that just do one thing, whatever .txt file is available, right? Whatever .txt file is available inside this one, or whatever file is available, let's suppose in this directory, try to read out all the files one by one, right? And try to append all the data and try to store all of those files in one of the system. If I'll give you this kind of a condition, so I think it is possible. I'll give you a task in some time. So I'll give you a task where you will have to read all the files, and you have to append all the data all together, and then you will have to store back all of those data into one of the file, and in between, so we'll have to do a multiple data manipulation as well, right? So it's very easy. We all will be able to read all the files. If I'll ask you, okay fine, so search some file in some directory, with the help of this line you can do it. So searching operations, finding a file, reading a multiple files at a time, writing a data set into a multiple files, processing a data which is available inside a txt file. So each and every things we all will be able to do it, right, in a easiest possible way. So this is where your OS library or your OS package comes into a picture. This is all the time, I'll say. Now let's suppose if I have to create a directory, right? So I think last time I have created a directory called as sudh. So sudh is already available. Now again what I will do is, so I will try to write mkdir, and I will try to create sudh issue, right? It is telling me that cannot create a file when that file already exists, sudh. So let's suppose if someone has already created a file, and you have to check in a very first place that, okay, so if that file is already available, if the directory is already available, so you are not supposed to create it. If that directory is not available, then you are supposed to create it, right? So what I can write, I can write a if condition. So if not, right? So if not, you have in a os dot path dot list dir, or is dir, and this particular name sudh, then only you are supposed to do what? So then only you are supposed to do mkdir. So then only you are supposed to call os.mkdir. Otherwise you are not supposed to create it, right? See, this time I'm trying to call os.mkdir, but it is not giving me an issue because this condition will be false. And in case of false condition, it will not even execute this one. So here is dir and many different kind of operations I will be able to perform. So is file, is link, is dir, is abs, join, many different operations are already available in a OS package, which I will be able to execute, and it will help me out to create a files. It will help me out to read the complete directory, check something available inside my directory, change my absolute locations, or to control everything which is available inside my operating system. So it is not only going to help me out in one way, it is going to help me out in a multiple way. Let's suppose if I would like to rename some file, right? So here, let's suppose there is a test1.txt. I would like to rename these things, right? So how I will be able to rename these things? So maybe I can try to call os.rename. So you will be able to find out rename. Yes. And here, so you can try to pass a test1.txt, which is the old name, and you can try to provide a new name. So xyg execute. It's been used by another process, so I think I have already opened up this one. I'll have to close it. If this file is already open somewhere, I can't rename it. So f dot, let me check and close. Sorry. So f is equal to open test1.txt, and I can try to open this up into maybe a write mode and read mode together, and f dot close. Another process. So am I using this thing somewhere? If it's been used somewhere, so you will not be able to perform these operations. If it is not used, so in that case you will be able to perform. So maybe it's open, but it's not open, right? So txt. So this rename works all the time. So it's not like it is not going to work. It will work every time. The only thing is, if that particular file is available and some other process is using that particular file, so it's a very clear error, right? We are able to see. So we can try to close each and everything, and then we can try to check. There is a way even to force close all of those things, and in this way, so you will be able to find it out. Now, so if you would like to remove some of the directory, so you can try to remove some of the directory as well. So there is something called as a os.rmdir, os.rmdir. So remove directory, and let's suppose if I would like to remove this sudh. Now if you will check, sudh has gone, the directory has gone, right? So you can try to create mkdir, remove rmdir, right? And in this way you will be able to remove, or you will be able to do whatever you want, simple. So if you have to a remote directory, let's suppose if I have to delete a file, so I can try to delete files as well, right? If you have to move a file from one location to other location, so that is also possible. So here you can try to move one file to another file, and for that you will have to import sh utils. There is something called as a sh utils. So let's suppose if I have to move a file, so I can try to call sh utils dot move, and I can try to give one file name. Let's suppose test1.txt, and let's suppose, or maybe I have to move this a complete file from this location, right? Again, it will give you error because I'm using that location, from this location to, let's suppose, to a new location. It is giving me error because a destination path already exists. Okay, so source and destination, source and this destination, new, another process. Yeah, I'm using the directory, right? So it will not allow me to move it. So maybe I can try to choose some other directory. I can't choose my download. It's my main directory. So end up losing multiple data. New. So let me create one new dir, new underscore dir to this one. So now whatever will be available inside new dir, it will be able to move inside this one. It can execute, but yeah, don't try to execute this command unnecessarily. Otherwise, you will end up moving one data from one location to other location, which will create a huge issue for you. So don't try to do it. Yeah, unless until it's not required. So just try to like validate this command. Those who are from a Linux background, so they must be able to correlate each and everything, or those who just try to like type everything into a console. So you must be able to see that each and every operations I can do with the help of Python as well, right? Every OS operation, every kind of OS operation, even socket programming you can try to do in a Python. We are using it in our controller, right? We are burning those kind of a code as well into like our system. So every kind of a things is possible. Every kind of things you will be able to write it down in Python. Python is that much powerful. But at the end of this Python class, I will tell you what is a major drawback at not today class. At the end of entire Python module, I'll tell you what is a major drawback of Python language. And whenever you will try to productionize some solution, so in which place you will face some issue. I'll tell you that as well. I'll show you that face of Python as well. As of now, Python looks like Python is easy to implement, easy to understand. But when it comes to a concurrency, creating a threads inside a Python for a multi-processing or parallel processing, then you will be able to see the actual like a drawback of Python. Then you will say that okay, fine. So no, Python is not that great. Not even Java. Java is not even that great. So then so C and C++ is the only option that you will be having. But yes, as a data scientist, it's completely fine. When we productionize it, so we face all those challenges. So we try to convert our code in other languages so that there won't be any kind of intermediate layer in between. Directly we can hit through a language. But for you, it's fine. But I'll show you those things in a live classes itself. There is a copy command as well, shutl, and then copy command. So there are many commands. These are just a command, so don't remember anything. Just remember that okay, fine, so these things are possible, right? Every things are possible. Everything, whatever you can think of, so everything is possible. And that too in the easiest possible way. Everything is possible. Now I have a task for you, and you will get next 10 minutes of time to complete this task. So, and after that, so I'll start taking questions from all of you. Yeah. So here a task is very simple, right? So task is to first number create a directory, new directory, right? Second one is create 10 txt file and write same data or maybe some string. So write some data in all txt at a time. So it's not like you are supposed to create one by one, open this .txt, then that .txt, not in this way. In a single shot, single line or two lines, so you have to create all the 10 txt file, all 10. And that should that you are supposed to create in this directory, right? Inside this directory, you are supposed to create it. Now, the third objective that you have is read all the data from this directory slash file. So whatever data is, whatever files are available inside the directory, read all the files one by one right? Print in console. And then a fourth point over here is, right? So hold all the data. So here, hold all the data in a list. So let's suppose you have 10 files. From all the 10 files, you have to read the data and then try to store all the data into one single list from all the 10 files, whatever data that you have. So prepare one single list and then keep it inside one single list. Now, our fifth point over here is, so write all the data in a new file from list. And then sixth one is, keep only a new file in present directory and move rest in new directory. Yeah. So this is a question, guys. Let me iterate through this question once again. So create a directory, simple directory you have to create. Everything you have to do it with the help of Python code. No manual intervention. Simple Python code you have to write. You have to create a directory. Then inside that, you have to create a 10 txt file. Question number 2, right? Just try to write any kind of a data. Just try to pull something from Wikipedia and then try to write it, dump it over there. And in all the 10 files, right? At a time. It's not like one by one, one by one, one by one. No. One by one, you are not supposed to write. At a time, you are supposed to write in all the 10 files. Then read all the data from this directory. So whatever txt file, 10 txt file you have, so read the all the txt file, 10 txt file out of this one, and then print all of those data into a console, and then try to dump all of those data into list, and then try to write that particular list into a new file, and just keep that new file in the current directory, not other 10. So other 10 you have to move into some new location. So this entire things you have to achieve with the help of Python code. Do it. Now it's 6:33. So in 33, right? Yeah, you have 10 minutes of time. In 6:43, we will resume and then we will start looking into your solution. Quick. What about Julia? So see, there are many languages, but the thing is, when you will go to a machine learning, deep learning vision, Julia is not having support. So don't even go for that. It's a good language. See, language, like a capability of language doesn't depends upon how fast that particular language is or how slow this language is. It depends upon what is a support to do a specific task, right? Even R is good. Are we using R? No. Reason is there is no support you will be able to get for a many task, right? So for a computer vision, for deep learning task, there is no support, no advanced library. So it just depends upon the contribution of the community. C, again, you will find out the same thing. C sharp, C++ is good, I can say. Even Java is not that powerful for AI because many packages you will not be able to find out in Java. Java is, first of all, it's complex to learn. It's tough to learn. It's good for, I can say, like interfacing or maybe for a system backend design. But nowadays, no one is using it. If I have to use Java, I will rather prefer to use C++. I will not be using a Java. I have used Java, Scala, both. So I know about it. So C++, and my favorite choice will be C++ and Python. Python because it's easy. All the libraries and packages are available for AI, right? Even on a hardware level. C because it's very fast. Plus packages are also available for C, not C, C++. So it all depends upon like your support, right? Based on that, so we can evaluate some libraries or some like a language are good or bad. Again, yes, so we used to do a comparison in terms of maybe fastestness of the language, but for us, for our professionals, that doesn't matter. If I'm using some language and if that support is not available for that particular package, I can't use it. I'll have to switch to some other languages. So Python is powerful in that sense, for sure. Please share your screen. Okay, fine. So I think, yeah, I have written a questions. Okay, I think all the questions are gone. Anyone who is having this question, guys? I think I have to rewrite the question. Okay, I got it. See, we have like a smart people with us. They have written all those questions in a quickest possible way. And I am pinging you guys. Don't worry. Those who don't have a question. Yeah, it's good to see that people are participating a lot. It's actually good. Yeah, so guys, I have just pinged you. Many people, Nikhil, everyone, like they have written a question. It's amazing. Everyone should do that actually in class whenever we are having classes, right? So we have to do that so that, and again, see, just practice and forget. You don't have to like keep on practicing these things, because going forward, when I start machine learning and stats, right, and when I'll start deep learning, you will find out that what you like, literally you will laugh at yourself. You'll feel that, okay, python is what, nothing. So yes, we all are able to like write a code. Just practice and forget, simple. I take a screenshot. Yeah, that's great. That's also a good thing. Anyhow, in your recording, so these things will be captured. So that's fine. Writing our data is manual. No, everything by code. Everything. Nothing manual. So everything I want to see in a like a notebook itself. सर वही हो रहा है सब भूल जाते हैं सी नहीं इट्स ओके टू लाइक फॉरगेट एवरीथिंग व्हाटएवर वी हैव स्टडीड राइट if you are able to practice it and then next day if you are able to utilize it again, right, it's fine. And again, rest of the things, just forget it. I don't ask anyone to like remember even a single code which I am teaching over here or which is given in a material. You will find out. Just try to practice with me. That's the reason, so we are practicing a lot, right, in a class itself. Just practice with me honestly. Don't try to skip this part, otherwise again you will find out of it just to like mug up all those things. So just try to practice, and you will feel all those things in a machine learning and stats and reinforcement learning vision classes. तो भूलना कोई problem नहीं है, not at all. If you are not able to remember lines, right, it's completely okay. But make sure you are able to do it in a class. Whatever task I'm giving you, whatever assignments I'm giving you, right, in your dashboard there are many assignments. That is for your practice, right? So if you are able to do it, done. Just a favor, Miro we are not utilizing. Miro, I'm not using Miro as of now. I'm not discussing any theoretical part, right? When I'll discuss theoretical part, so by default Miro will come in between. I'll like give you a notes, but as of now coding is going on. So okay, Vijender has sent me a code. So fine guys, you have next 5 minutes. Take your time. I have started getting a code. Do it, and then I'll start taking your questions. Build a confidence or else you build confidence or else, because I found that many people said coding is not easy. Coding is actually easy. Coding is nothing. That's the reason. So see, there is a mindset, right? So if you'll think that this thing is hard, this thing is hard, this thing is hard, you will never be able to overcome all of those things. But if you will just sit for some time and practice, you're not supposed to say things are easy or hard. Leave it. Just practice for some time, at least in a class. Because here we are spending 3 hour of time for 2 days. It simply means that 6 hour a week plus 2 hour on like our 2 or 3 hours sometime. Last time it was like a 3 hour 15 minute, right, in our doubt clear session. So if we are spending that much of time in a discussion, I don't think that you have to even sit in between your weekdays to practice something, right? It's a huge amount of time that we are investing. So just try to utilize this time. Forget about other time. But yes, make sure that you sit in front of the system. I have given a break, and then I just I have seen a message. People are saying that what happened? Is class still going on? or something like that. This kind of message I was starting getting. It simply means that people was not available in front of the system. They went somewhere else, and then they are again coming back, and then they are checking. Okay, fine. So nothing is going on. So if you'll do this, you will not learn. But if you'll sit at least in a class itself, practice with me, it's more than enough. Okay, Suraj has pinged me a code. I use Jupyter Lab. Do you think Jupyter Lab is slow? It's just like a wrapper, right? So for sure it will be slow. You can't expect. Again, it depends upon system because it consumes huge amount of processes. So fine, guys, do it. I'll give you another extra 5 minutes of time. You are doing nothing, just trying to read out the file from your operating system, from your laptop itself, right? Do it. 5 minutes of time. I will be off. I'll be again available in next 5 minutes. By that time, so I'm expecting response from 100 people at least. Okay, so now let's start talking about solution, right? So now I have a multiple solution. Hardeep has pinged me this code. I can try to copy someone else code as well. Okay, so I can see there are many people who have pinged me a code. It's amazing. Let's see whose code is going to work. Okay, fine, guys. So one by one, so let's start talking about problem statement. Create a new directory. Question number one, right? Okay, so Hardeep is trying to create a new directory. So fine, this will work fine for sure. So os.mkdir. Now in my current location, so it has created this directory called as Hardeep. Now here, right? So we have second question was create a 10 txt file and write some data into a file at the same time. So he is trying to create these things with the help of range function and then this plus a string plus I txt. So iteration one, file open, right? This is my first file and then execute. Great. So this will also work. It will create a directory, right? Hardeep. And it has created all the files over here. So Hardeep has made one mistake over here. So he has not changed his directory, right? So he is creating a directory, but he is supposed to change a directory as well. So chdir he is supposed to use so that I will be inside that particular directory. So your code has failed over there, Hardeep. I think you are able to see it, right? Okay. Now here, so this person new dir and os.mkdir, fine, it will create a directory if directory is not available, and then open up this file, that is fine, same code, and then again here it will fail because it will not be able to get inside the directory. So anyone who has changed a directory, hmm, it's failing, it's not able to execute itself. Okay, so inside my current location, it is supposed to create a directory, it is supposed to get into that directory, and then it is supposed to execute. So this is what I was expecting. Let's check this code. So again, open up. Okay, here it's been implemented. So chdr, inside that he is not creating a directory, but yeah, so this will also fail in the same place. mkdir mkdir txt file, why you're not supposed to create txt, right? Just a simple directory. And then this is the hard coded approach. So I was not expecting this approach, I was expecting this approach. Yeah, so all three person has created this directory and file system in this way, so I was expecting this one. Let me check someone else code. Nilesh, so let me check his code. Okay, this one. Then chdir, it will not work in my system. Hmm. So it has created this directory question dir. Inside that there are 10 files. I've just changed your like code a little bit. Dot slash question dir. So from the home locations or from the current locations, it will be able to change the directory. Then he is trying to create a file. That is fine. He's writing hello inside all the files. F dot close. Then he's trying to create a list, and then he's trying to create all the listdir, and then open all the file one by one, and in a read mode, and then he's trying to read all the data. Seek is equal to 0. Okay, so reading all the files, seek is equal to 0. L dot append, so he is appending, and then f dot close. So console reading list is hello hello hello, and then you are supposed to dump these things inside one of the files. So I think you have not solved the complete problem, Nilesh. Okay, let me, guys, send me a clean code which can execute in a single set. Whenever you are writing a code, so always make sure that you have to send a very neat and clean code to someone, so that person should not struggle at all. Person are not supposed to struggle. From Steve, I have received this code. So okay, csdir get cousin working directory. He's appending his directory name, and then for I range this. Okay, this is fine, and then reading all those data, creating a list, appending all of those things. Print L, open up the file, and then for I in L, f dot write and close. So file not found. It should work in my system, right? It's working in your system doesn't mean that it will work in my system. So you are supposed to write a generic code. See, this directory is not available in my system. os.chdr. It should work anyhow. File not found. The system cannot find the specified file. Okay, so mkdir you have to create first of all. Mkdir and then Steve. So I can try to create in this way and then execute. Now it will fine. So it is working fine. So here inside this Steve, and then yeah, so I have asked you again, like you have to move this file. Just have to keep this one single file inside your system, and you have to move rest of the file. So all those things are fine, right? Just a little bit of changes over here, mkdir. I think you have already done that in your system, but maybe you just forget to like ping us. That is fine. And yeah, so this is fine. So see, this code is fine, guys. So I think this code is working fine. Now Anmol has sent me this code. Yeah, it looks like it's fine. Sanjay. Okay. So it's a very simple operation, guys. So we are just trying to read the files. We are trying to list down all the data inside the file, trying to create a file in this way, right? Multiple files at a time, and then writing it out. So this is like pretty amazing. In this way, you will be having all the controls in your system from anywhere, from any location. You will be able to search a file. You will be able to read a file. You will be able to write a file. You will be able to do each and every kind of operation. So anyone who is expecting an explanation of this code, I think it's pretty much clear, right, to everyone? Guys, can I get yes, no, something? Anyone who is expecting me to explain this code, or you are able to understand this code just by looking into it? Yes, it's clear. Clear. One or two people have pinged me that they need some explanation. Okay, please explain. Clear, clear, clear. Okay, fine, guys. I'll just give you explanation, right? So see, here I have asked you in a question number one that you have to create a directory. right? So simple os.mkdir, and Steve has created his directory in his system. Fine. Now, so next things which I have asked you is to get into this directory and then create 10 number of files. So you have to create a Steve directory wherever you are as of now, and then you have to create 10 files, right? Okay. So here he's trying to change the directory. So os.chdir, so he's changing his directory, and then he's trying to change the directory. So you need a new directory location where you would like to change, right, your location. So here os dot get cwd, so he's trying to get the current location, plus he's trying to append with this location which he has created just now, right? Okay, so now location will be changed. You are inside Steve as of now, so from any location to any location you will be able to jump. And then he is trying to iterate inside a loop 10 times, because I have asked to them to create a 10 files. They are going to give a name, so test plus, so test 1, test 2, test 3, test 4, test 5. So that's the reason. So he has parameterized it, and then he is trying to take I from here. So like a test 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. So test 1, test 0, it will start from ideally test 0, right? And he has created in this line, so he's trying to create a file into a write mode, and then he's writing these things inside a file, and then he's closing a file. So in this way all 10 files will be closed and 10 files will be created. Then he's trying to do what? So he's trying to read out the files one by one. So as you can see, again starting from this one. Now here, so what I was expecting is, so you are supposed to do a list dir, not a for loop. Let's suppose if I'm not aware about your file name, then what will happen? If I'm not aware about your file name and you have written test 1, test 0, test 2, so this code is not again a generic code. We can try to write a better code over here. This is what I think, right? So you can try to Steve. So I think you are able to get this feedback, right? So everyone who has written this kind of a code, so you're not supposed to do this. You are supposed to list down all of these files and then try to iterate over to the list, so that I will be able to go through all those things. You can write a validation as well, that if it is a .txt file, then only I will read. If it is not a txt file, then I'll not read. Maybe there is a possibility that you will end up creating some like a you will end up creating some file which is not a txt file that you don't want to read. Yes, so you can try to create in this way. So this code is fine, but again it's not a generic one. I was expecting a generic one. Then you are creating a list, that is fine. You are trying to read out all the data and then trying to append all the data inside a list, and finally you are trying to dump all of your list data inside a file. So this is what Steve has done, and I think guys you all are able to understand. I'm just pinging you this code, but still there are some modification which is required to make it more parameterized. So this code is already available inside your system, inside your chat box. You all can like copy, and you all can try to utilize it, but try to make it more generic. Yeah. Now I have like a move is not there in this code. Yeah, move he has not implemented. So this is the reason I have pointed out, right? So finally, I'm not expecting all of this file over here. So I'm expecting just this file, and this file you are supposed to move in a new location, right? So you have to truncate this data, or you have to move this data, or you have to dump this data into some new directory. So this is what you can try to use it. How to just keep one file and remove other files. So you can try to keep a condition that, okay, fine. So if this is the file which is available, I don't want to move it. So if not, or if in this kind of a condition, you can try to write it down. Okay, fine. So now I have a task for you guys. Again, as a homework, I would like to give you a task so that you will be able to understand your complete operating system, right? Because I have seen a issue, I have seen a problem with the people. Uh, Generally, they used to face a huge problem, right, with respect to accessing their files, or maybe manipulating a file, arranging a files, and again they will end up doing a lots and lots of manual process where everything is possible with the help of just a code. Yeah. So I would like to give you one simple homework over here. You have to complete it and you have to show me tomorrow. It's a homework, it's not an assignment. So homework means in a class you will get a task, and in a class you have to showcase to me, maybe in an outline session, or maybe in a like a next session. You can try to ping me whenever we'll have this kind of a discussion. So homework wise, right? So homework wise, you all have downloaded assignment file, right? You all have assignment in your system. There are multiple assignments. There are Python assignment, there are Python theoretical assignment, there is Python practical assignments you have. Yes, you all have that in your system. If you don't have that, you can go to your dashboard, download it, all the Python assignment, theoretical, practical, each and everything. Now when you will download all those Python assignments, so all those Python assignments will be available into a download directory, or when anywhere, wherever you are going to point. Manually you try to bring all of those Python file into some directory, and then you try to open it up, you try to look into that, right? These kind of things we all do. Now here we have to automate that particular procedure so that we can have a very good command over our operating system through a Python code. So here, what I'm expecting from your side is, so download all the files, Python assignment file from your dashboard, which is given to you. Now, after downloading all the Python assignment file, whether it's a theoretical things, whether it's a practical things, right? Try to move or try to read all the files, try to move all the files from your download directory to a respective directory. So for example, let's suppose if this is your dashboard, right? And here, so Python assignment is given to you. Now inside that you have a Python basic assignment, you have Python advanced assignment, you have a Python programming assignment, you have Python advanced programming assignment. So programming assignment underscore 1 2, programming assignment underscore 1 2, assignment 1, assignment 1 2, right? So you have to download all of these file. And let's suppose if file name is starting with assignment, assignment underscore 1, assignment underscore 2 and 3 and so on, right? So you have to move all of these file in a directory called as assignment in an automatic way. You're not supposed to create assignment directory by yourself, or even through a code. You're not supposed to write. What you are supposed to do, you are supposed to read out one of the file, and whatever file name is given, right? The assignment underscore 1 2 3 4. So common thing is what? Common thing is assignment. So you have to create automatically this directory, and then all the files where assignment is there, so you are supposed to move. Now you will face a problem. You will face a problem that whenever you will try to dump those files, so even over here there is assignment 1, and even over here there is assignment 1. Okay, what you have to do is, so second time, if it will be able to find out assignment underscore 1, right? Maybe you can try to make it 1 1 2 2 3 3 4 4, right? In this way. And you have to move these things into a respective directory. Once you will be able to move these things into a respective directory, try to read all the assignments. Let's suppose if I'll try to open up this assignment, right? Okay, I'll have to sign in. This is a little bit tough, but you will get to know how to automate my own operating system and how to automate my own work. In the later stage, you are going to thank me for this one, so that you are able to control each and every system and all the files, and you are able to do whatever you want with a bulk file. So you're not supposed to do something manually. It will be fun, right? So what you have to do is, so 1 1 1 2, and let's suppose if I'm going to open up one of the assignments, right? So in these assignments you will be able to find out like a .docs. Inside that there are multiple assignment which is available, right? So in assignment number 1 2 3 4 5 6 and so on, there will be a different questions. What you have to do is, you have to create one single file, just one single file. You have to read all the docs. So you can try to search on Google that how to read a doc file. You will be able to get it in a very first link itself, right? So how to read a docs file? You have to read all the docs file, doc file that we have given to you. Extract all the assignments. But when you will extract assignments, so assignment like a question number 1 is available in this one, and question number 1 is available even in other assignments, right? So whenever you are trying to create, whenever you're trying to create one single file for all the assignments, you have to write a headings. Headings will be a file name, assignment 18, assignment 19, then question number 1 2 3 4, then assignment 19, question number 1 2 3 4, right? So in this way you have to prepare just one single file where you are supposed to get all the assignments, and that too in an automative way. You have to write a script for this one. Is this question clear to everyone? I'm not writing this question. You will be able to see the question again in your recordings, right? So in the recordings, it will be available. This is our procedure. You will like it for sure, and you will struggle a lot. I know about it. The way I have asked you to do these things, but in this way, you will be having a very good control and command over a file system, operating system, and everything. Yes. Question clear. Question clear answer. Can you repeat the question one? Question is very simple. Download all the assignments, right? Try to dump all the assignment into a respective directory starting with the assignment name. Assignment underscore 1, 2, 3, 4. So assignment directory that you have to create. Again, not by typing assignment, mkdir assignment. No. Read the file name and out of that, try to extract the common word. This is string, right? From the file name, you have to extract and automatically create that as a directory. Inside that, dump all the assignments, right? Now there is a programming assignment. So programming underscore assignment directory you have to create again in an automative way. And then you have to dump all the files. Now there will be a multiple assignments, repetitive assignment you will be able to find out, right? Just extract all the just one two two in this way. You can try to rename the file, right, so that it will not override. And then read in one directory. Once your file will be ready, read all the files and the data from the files and try to create one single file. But inside that final file, I'm looking for assignment number as a heading, and as a subheading or as a subtitle, question, then assignment 2 question, right? Going forward, so I'll just give you a task of regular expression on the same thing, on top of the same task, when I'll talk about regular expression and many other things, right? For a validation check, for like a question, like whether this question spelling is correct or not, or many more things I'll give you, whether there is a plagiarism or not. So many more things we will try to understand on top of this one, but this is the task that you have. So I'm expecting from your side that you will be able to complete this task maybe before tomorrow's class or maybe before doubt clearing. You have a time, right? Do we have to create one single directory? See, directory, how you have to create. So let's suppose, let me clarify this question. It's a little bit like different. So here assignment is there. So assignment directory you have to create, right? Even this file will get inside the same directory because assignment will be a directory. Now over here, so we have underscore 1 and underscore 1. So whenever you will encounter a file for the second time, 11 22 33 44 55 66 77, right? Okay. Now here programming assignments underscore 1. Again here programming assignments underscore 1. So there are in total 2 directory you have to create. One assignment, one programming assignments, right? Rename the file. Here renaming will come in between, right? And then try to read the like file one by one from all these 2 directory and try to prepare finally 2 files you have to prepare. In one, all the assignments question. In second one, all the programming assignments question. This is what I'm expecting with topics and its questions. I think file system will automatically allot our assignment 1 1, but one bracket 1, right? I'm expecting just 1 1. You don't have to bring bracket in between. So is this question clear to everyone, guys? Just try to do it. You will love it. I'm telling you. You will struggle a lot, I know. So maybe for the very first time, it will take a huge amount of time for you. Some of you will not be able to do it. It's completely fine, but still give a try. बस execute हो जाए. Okay, so this is a homework from my side. This is not your assignment. You don't have to submit it anywhere. We'll discuss in a class itself. Do we need to download file from website manually? Yeah, as of now, you can download a file from the website manually. In a later stage, we'll automate this as well. You don't have to download, right? See, coding is having a kind of power that you can automate every task that you do on a daily basis, right? If you are a very good coder, you will be able to automate. And then if you are a very good machine learning engineer, right? So for all these tasks, whether it's a personal task or the task that you are going to do in an industry, you will be able to do a prediction forecasting. If you know computer vision in a very good way, you will be able to automate the entire environment. If you know reinforcement learning, right? Again, many things you will be able to do without giving data from the initial stage. If you know NLP, right, all the text based tasks, because we are the human, right, so we always work from a vision and a speech. So if you have to control over these two things, right, in AI, you can do anything, you can solve any challenges. Many people are doing it, so you will see those things in your batch as well as from other batches. So first of all, we have to adopt these things, right, in our day-to-day environment. Otherwise, the kind of a study that we have been doing in a college, right, and the kind of a study we are doing here, there won't be any kind of a differences if we can't automate our job. First of all, how anyone can believe, or anyone can expect that you will go and join their organization and you will automate their task, you will build a product for them, if we can't start these things from our side. Yeah. So that is something I want you to do. We are not Ryzen 3 3950. So college studies are accident ancient study. Yeah, like the way. Okay, class is over, guys. Those who want to drop off, they can drop off. So I'm not going to discuss anything, and I think class is going good, right? Everyone, guys, let's have a chit chat. So I think this should happen. So I know it was a kind of a exhaustive class. We are sitting here for last 4 hour, more than 4 hour. Yeah, but hope it is you are learning something. Hope you will be able to utilize, and as we'll progress, right, you will see that you will be able to do many work by yourself, many things. We have to build ourselves in that way, because today we are here to teach you, tomorrow no one will be there with you, so you will be your own teacher. So you have to develop in that way. Awesome class, interesting. Not sure how 4 hour passed. Yeah, well, in my class, things will happen in this way. I like don't follow procedures and all those things. Again, timeless and all those things I don't follow. So, class means simple. We are here to study, so we'll study. Simple. While downloading the file manually, we can't save the file with the same. You can, so we can change the file name manually. No, you have to do everything in automatic way. Download a file, keep it whatever name it is, right, and then from through code handle it. So till download you are supposed to follow a manual approach. After download, nothing. So in whatever format you are able to download it, now automate it in your way. In function recursion topic, we have to study ourselves, nothing to study by yourself. Everything I'll discuss in a class itself, don't worry about it. Today Chris sir is not there, so yeah, so I've given, because I was having classes, right, so till 5:30 till last week, but I have wrapped up that class, and there is other person who is taking that class from 5:30, so I will be available going forward with you till 7 8 whatever. Nice class, sir. Today is my first class. Just try to go through your previous classes as well, because it will be difficult for you to pick all those things in a quickest possible way if you have missed a previous classes. We have not taken much class, but yeah, it will be recommended for you to go through it. And yes, do join your doubt clean session as well, because in doubt clean session, whatever doubt you have, right, whatever, doesn't matter what kind of a doubt, will solve. Tomorrow's topic. So tomorrow I will be talking about iterator generator I have discussed, file I have discussed, OS I have discussed. So tomorrow I will be talking about logging part, debugging part. I will discuss tomorrow's class. I'll discuss map, reduce, and filter function. I'll discuss lambda function. So logging, debugging, and modules I will be talking about, so in tomorrow's class. So logging, debugging, modules, and then your this one. Then from next week I will start talking about oops concept. There I have around 8 to 10 assignment, but next assignment topic are not covered yet. What to do in that case? If you are able to solve it, solve it. If you're not able to solve it, leave it. Because see, the thing is anyhow, we are going to cover all the topics, whatever we have published in your syllabus. For most of the topics, recordings are available. For whatever recordings are not available, we'll discuss in our classes. Please upload today's notebook ASAP. So yes, it will be available. It takes time, guys. Like it's a 4 hour of recording, so Zoom itself takes a time. It's not under our control. That's the reason. So we used to say that 24 hour is a minimum time, but we'll make sure that it will be uploaded before that. Thank you, sir. Your teaching skill is excellent. Yeah, so I'll keep on doing it. So guys, how we are going? Like, are we going fast or are we going slow? Or this pace is like fine. We all can adopt to this particular pace. Any comments on this part, like a pace part? Pace is perfect, right? So it's not. I'm not going very fast, right? Medium speed, pace is good, everything is good, we are going good, no perfect for me, pace is perfect. Yeah, so we will try to practice and then we'll move. It's not like because see what happened is I have a notebook, I can discuss the complete notebook and then I'll ask you to practice, but in this way you will not spend that much of time. I know that. So we have to make sure that in a class itself we have to like a practice so that you'll not have to sit extra for the same thing. Little fast for beginner. Spend a little bit of more time. That's my advice. Yeah, your speaking pace is fast. Yeah, it's by but you took time for to take time for every step. Yeah, I'll spend time. I'll spend time in every single topic, even a small topic. So I'll spend time on that. I'll show you implementation and then I'll give you a task and then I'll move. Otherwise, I'll not move to the next topic. 1 year इंटर्नशिप कैसे करेंगे वो पता चल जाएगा. File number command, please explain one more time. File number, so it will try to, so whenever you try to create a file, right, so automatically it will try to assign some number to that file. You don't know about it, what kind of a number your file will be able to get, right? That number it try to return. So means integer annotation of a file we used to get from file number. Try to give little more time to solve a class task. No, we have to adopt in such a way that in a very minimum time. See, when you will go for an interview, right, I'll tell you one thing. When you will go for an interview, so it's not like a person who is going to have a, like going to compete with you, right? They will be having a more skill or less skill. You are not supposed to be a best in a market. You're just supposed to be a better as compared to your competitors, because if you have to become best in something it will take a huge amount of time, but you have to become a better. How we can become a better? If we can optimize a time in a lesser amount of time, we can try to think, we can try to solve something in a better way, right? So this is what I want, and this will not come instantly. This will always come out of the practice from yourself, right? And that's the reason. So from my very first days, I keep on pushing people so that you will be able to pick up pace, because if we will maintain a same pace that we had on our first class and the last class, it simply means that we have not made any kind of a progress, right? So little bit of more time you have to spend, things will be good. And like I said, so it's not your college, it's not your school, it's not something where you have to remember, you have to mug up. No, everything should come out of the practice. If you're not able to remember a code, I don't even recommend to remember a code, not even a single line from the very first day, right? I always ask, practice whatever task I'm giving you, practice whatever assignment I'm giving you, practice, try to solve it by yourself, try to search by yourself, right? This is the best way of learning. We don't remember, we are not supposed to remember anything, because if you're remembering everything, you will not be able to give, or everything will not be under your control when you will go for an interview. But when you are going for the interview, you are supposed to go for your interview as an experienced person, not a person who is trying to make a transition. That simply means that you must have used that thing multiple times in your life. Then only you will get a confidence, and then only you will be able to explain with the same confidence in your interview. So it's all about the iteration. So we have to iterate all those things in ourselves so that things will be in your fingertips when you will go for an interview, and you will not fail at all. It will be painful task for a couple of days initially, but after some time it will become a habit. ML and DL start from scratch or intermediate level? No, everything will get started in this class from a scratch, from a definition. So like definition, mathematics, even mathematics, whatever I'm going to teach you, whether it's a stats mathematics, whether it's a mathematics of algorithm in depth, in detail, derivations, everything. So I will be talking about it from the scratch. You can watch my recordings for any topics, right? You will get to know about it. The recordings are already available. So by default, human beings iterable object. Do we need to create a two folders, one assignment and one program assignment, right? Yes, that's true. How to keep motivated ourselves while coding? Don't sleep unless and until you're not able to solve some problem. You will keep yourself motivated. Do we have fast track recording available in dashboard? Yes, it is already there. For I think 70%, 80% material. Not all. 70%, 80% is available. I think that is like more than enough. See, many people have started pinging me a solution, Uday and other people. So they have started doing it. That's great. How to submit theoretical assignment? Same in a notebook itself. Submit it. Okay, so I think some people have raised hands. So yeah, go ahead with your question. There is a
Hello.
BMK, Venkatesh, and someone. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you for taking my question. So I just have something from last week, March 21st. Do you remember that inside the class that you had asked in one of the inside the lecture itself that you asked to nest list inside the list, but it has to be multiple lists and then concatenated each other. I have actually done that, but I'm just hitting one problem with it. Like I got that almost of it, but I'm hitting some not it's not exactly an error, but I'm not able to complete that. So do you mind if I could share that code with you, sir?
Yeah, sure, sure. Yeah, please ping me in a chat box.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
There you go, sir. So have you received it?
Yes, yes, I can see it. So you are trying to. Okay, let me check. So here is a code. I can try to. Okay, so you have written while true value is
Right.
equal to list, input enter the integer, the value ends if it is stop. Okay, so what you're trying to do over here?
So what we have done is that it gives the compiler, that is a user, the amount of input that he has to use, any random integers that he can choose it, and while he does so, it automatically goes into lists. All right, all these are into lists, so multiple lists are there inside one whole list, that is nested list. However, so when I do stop, when I in order to stop that particular process, when I put in zero, that if value is zero, then it should exit or break. It is not. It's not stopping. So, yeah. One peculiar thing I did, even I used breaks, and yeah. One thing I did notice, instead of list, if I put in int, uh, okay,
Okay, you are converting these things into list, right?
that's right. So instead of list, when I put it into int, it's working properly. But that's the thing. When it is into list, it's not.
See,
So,
it's working now, right?
oh, is it? So can you put in some values, sir? if you don't mind, sir. And
Which one?
then, hello, sir.
Yeah, yeah. Which one you want me to put?
Sir, if you don't mind, can you put in some values and then use a zero? If you don't
Okay.
mind, sir. Yeah,
Hmm. Okay. So execute and then put in some
some
value.
values like, yeah, any values.
Okay, and then
And then, I mean, I don't. I mean, if it's a zero after, no, no,
zero.
no. Like, no. Okay.
Okay, in this way, right?
Like if I'm just putting in some random integers and then two or three times just to see if the program is working, and then
So
put in
in
zero.
this
So
case, you have to like check, right? You have to
yeah,
check that
if if
zero,
if
zero
yeah,
in, and then this val as a list. So let's
yeah,
suppose if this is this one, right? So zero in, you can write in this way condition, zero in this val, and val is, let's suppose, your list, right?
yeah,
And int, you can convert, all right? So in this way,
equals zero. Okay.
so yeah, if zero in this one, it will try to validate. And let's suppose if I'm giving 56, 6 and 56 and then 0 and 9. Yeah. So here I think it's a list of list. Int argument must not be integer byte or number, not a list. Okay. So here val of 0 or val of I, if I can try to iterate over to it, because it's a input. So input wise, it will try to take the data and then it will try to convert this entire things into a list and then value. So zero in val. So first of all, I can try to print val over here, and here so 0. So this is how it is trying to give it to me. So for I can write even in this way. So for 0 in val, it should work. Even
So that zero is in string format.
oh yeah, so I can write it this way, right? So if
Okay.
0 this one, if 0 is available in this val, right? So just try to terminate it. Anywhere 0 will be available, it will terminate. See,
Okay.
it's a code, right? So code will work. Don't worry about
Yeah.
it. Anyway, either way, this way or that way, it will work, but it will work for sure.
Okay.
If it is
Okay.
right.
Hi, Sudhanshu.
Hi, Sudhanshu.
Uh,
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for that.
Sudhanshu,
Yes.
Kamal here.
Sudhanshu.
Yeah, yeah, go ahead, Kamal.
Yeah, actually, I sent you an email regarding one of my tech tests, right? And you have provided me what need to do. So
Hmm.
actually, I need to submit it by tomorrow. Even we don't have a sessions this week, the doubt clearing session. So there is a one library which I have used, that is a dedupe library,
Hmm.
that is removing the deduplication. But what happened when I'm using that library with sorry with logging things, right? So that results are not capturing in the logging file.
So which logger you are using?
So I'm using the simple Python logger. When I'm trying to showcase that logging, that basic config, right? That that thing I'm using. So it's not. Can I show my screen quickly?
Yeah, you can show, and it will work as well.
Uh, 1 second.
Okay, next question in between.
Hi, Sudhanshu. Below there.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Sudhanshu, so regarding tuples, right? Tuples are mutable, but sorry, immutable. But yeah, right. But when there is a list within the tuple, then I'm able to update the list in the tuple. I just ping the code to you. So I was able to change the list in the tuple.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's come to the
So
question.
yeah, so okay.
So
Should I?
Sudhanshu, can you see my
Come and
screen?
see it. Yeah, I can see your screen. Yeah.
Okay, so if you see, right, so I'm using this pandas dedupe library, right? And this logging has been defined, right? Okay, so logging information is only capturing if I'm just removing this panda dedupe. If I'm using this, so the logging information is not getting captured. If I run in front of you, I'll let you know.
Yeah, yeah, run it.
Okay, so 1 second. So what? So are you able to see my screen, right?
Yeah, I can see your screen.
Okay. So if you just I'm this is the logger file, right? So here in the I'm using this pandas YouTube, and if I run my file now.
Oh, I can't see other screen. I think you have just shared only one screen, right? You can just.
Oh, one second. I'll show.
I
Now
got-
you can.
Yeah, I can see now. Yeah.
Okay. So what I'll do, if I run now,
Mhm. Right click, run this file itself. It's fine.
okay, result is coming, right? And if I open this file, the logger file, no information is getting captured. So this has captured around 141, right? And if, for example, if I just just- and then I run it again, the information you will see. See, it's coming.
Pandas.dedupe is important file for you or important like important.
Yeah, it's important task because that is required because but that is the one of the main question to remove the deduplicates stuff.
Okay, so duplicate means duplicate from which data?
If you see, this is the test. So if you see what they told me, consider that that is similar and classified. It is a duplicate. For example, William. This should be a same person. So I'm using that library to removing the duplicate stuff here.
And that is library is working over there, right?
Yeah, that's library is working over there.
Correlation between logging and this library. Logging will should work all the time, right? So like why
Yeah,
stopping the loggers to log this one?
even I have searched in web, actually I couldn't find anything.
Yeah, like it's just a simple library, right? Both the libraries are separate. No, it's not interdependent library. So just show me your code once again. Just this import. I mean, like there is no dependency between your dedupe and logger that you are trying
Yeah,
to solve.
yeah, that I'm also not able to understand because when I'm just putting comment on in front of this library, then the logger is working fine. Even I'm getting the output in console as well. Everything is working fine. But
Uh,
just when
Remove the label part. Just trying to change the label of logger.
this one,
Label of the logger. You are trying to like login debug, right?
yeah,
Just try to change the label of this one.
warning.
Yeah, warning or something you can try to put.
Okay, and I'll also give here. I'll run the okay, I'll run without this. Here is the warning is coming here.
Hmm.
If you see,
But it is not able to log it, right?
yeah,
This should not happen actually. I don't think that this is the
because
issue.
I'm just simply define those things only, nothing.
Just like import, right? So, mm, like these two imports are interdependent. Plugin support dot log file is one. File name logger dot log, that is fine. Label is equal to warning. Format is also fine. Why did you put like I can't see os dot remove dedupe data frame os dot remove pandas dot read pandas dot dedupe
So,
dedupe frame. Okay,
yeah,
fine.
so this functionality I have added if they want to again perform again do retrain that model with the dedupe library. If a person want to retrain this model with the dedupe, then that's why I'm removing those library and again doing the training.
CSV train CSV accept IO error OS error as error. That is fine. And go below.
So this is the main processing, right?
Yeah, so there's fine. Before submitting, at least clean your code.
Yeah. I'll clean that code. That's not a problem. Just
Login that warning format
yeah.
record. So it is able to capture. And where you are writing this log?
Logs I'm writing inside this logger file. So which I've specified here only in the basic config definition.
Hmm.
Because I'm trying to find from the past 2 days, but I couldn't find what is the reason behind that.
Okay, just wait. I'm looking into it. Hopefully, it will be resolved somehow. And just for this one, it is not able to log in, right? If you're trying to import this library.
Yes. Only for this dedupe library, actually, it's not working.
Have you checked in some other, like, no, there is no meaning of like checking these things in other system. Actually, I can't see interdependency. So everything is correct, but because of this one, I'll have to check it by myself. So send me a code. I'll check
Okay,
along
fine.
with all the dependent data, whatever data that you have. So along with
Sure.
that, me because I can't see any thing, right? Like just because of import of one library, so login is not working. Well, I'll check. I'll check this one. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Sundhanshu. I'll send you an code in another 10 minutes. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi, Sudhanshu.
Yeah, Vinod. So
Yeah.
to your question, so yes, it will be able to do it because the kind of a space it will be able to create. So if it is a tuple, if I have a data set available in zeroth location, first location, second location, so I will not be able to manipulate that. Means on a zeroth location, first location, fifth location. But if I will try to do a data manipulation in a mutable object inside that, because we have allocated one location and we have created these things as a mutable, immutable. But inside that, so there is another location, separate location that we have specified. So I can't mutate that location directly. But if that object itself is a mutable, so inside that we can mutate because list is a mutable object. So that's the reason. So you are able to do it.
Okay, but when there are integers in the tuples, right? So then those are not mutable. Those are still immutable. So specifically for list, it is allowing.
Yeah, integer. See, a list is nothing but, so list is nothing. It's a collection.
Yeah.
Try to understand in this way. So list is basically a collection, right? Now, if it is a integer is not a collection. So integer will try to hold how many locations? Only one location, right? Let's suppose if I'm writing 10, so 10 will
Yeah.
hold one.
Yes.
Now, we are trying to talk about a whole list, right? So whole list will be available in one location. But can I say that inside that location, I have another list element as well, right? So inside that location, I have another set of the location.
Yep.
Are you able to understand this point? Or let me
Yeah.
share this one, right? So see, this is your example. And here, the question is like, things is very clear that let's suppose how many location tuples is occupying. Can I say zeroth location and one location?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, if I to manipulate zeroth location and this oneth location, I will not be able to do a manipulation, right? So if I'll try to perform in this way, let's suppose, so if I'm trying to like do this one, that tuples to tup1 is equal to something. It is not trying to help me out. It is
Yeah.
not. I'm
Right.
just going to change this location, this entire. But inside this location, can I say I have another location, right? So we have another location called a 012
Yes. Okay.
location. Can I say it's a mutable one because it's a part of list?
Right. Right. Yep. Got it.
So it simply means, so it's following the same concept. Tuples are immutable,
Okay.
right?
Fine.
Lists are mutable because of that. So inside a list location, we are able to change it, but not into a tuples location. So you are able to do this operation. That doesn't mean that it is like it is manipulating your data in a tuples location. It's actually manipulating a data in a list location.
Okay. Got it. Thanks, Ganshu.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Actually, I have one doubt. Can I paste my code? Okay. I paste in chat.
Okay, so what is your code, by the way?
Actually, it's function. Why it's not taking for n? It's taking for m for first variable.
So what
Argument
is not taking for?
n.
Okay,
For
so basically first variable will try to behave like a pointer to a function itself, and that is the reason. So there is a concept called as self. You will be able to understand when I'll talk about OP class. This starts from the very first as self. That's the reason. So it never accepts like this assignment operations for the first variable. That's the issue with the Python.
okay. Okay. Thank you.
There is a concept of self because of.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, Sudhanshu.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ranjan here.
Yeah, Ranjan, go ahead.
Sudhanshu, my question not relevant to today's class. Basically, I joined this your course this week. So actually, I'm right now working as a data scientist. So I have some doubts in the Flask Swagger. Okay. So I check out your course content that is there, but in the faster course, I don't have the any classes video on that one.
Yeah, so in fastback courses, you will be able to find out a majority of the topics. Swagger is not a majority of the topics, first of all. Right? So
Okay.
Swagger is just a like a for API creation and for UI creation, so we can try to use it. That's the reason. So we have not included. It will be discussed inside your class itself very soon.
Okay. Okay, thanks. And basically, I'm looking for that class.
Okay. Sure.
If you
Yeah,
have,
hi.
yeah, if you have any reference link for the Swagger
That
documentation.
will not help. In a class, things will be clear in a better way. Don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, hi Sudhanshu.
Yeah, go
Akshat
ahead.
this side. Yeah. So I have one doubt that that non-local scope is something there that will be discussed further, or
Sorry, which one?
there is a scope, non-local scope, local and non-local. There are two types of scopes in a function.
Do you want me to give a class, a separate class for this one, or
No,
like?
no. Actually, I was watching a lecture on YouTube,
Yeah.
uh, Carry Shuffle. So that was my concept was not cleared there. So I
Correct.
just
So, so
things will be come in future
it will be discussed in a class, in between a class itself. Those things are not a separate concept. Those things are something which we try to practice and we try to utilize it in between the code itself.
because I have seen that non-local. I haven't seen any use as such in my coding experience. How
What is your
but
programming experience, Akshat?
around 1.5 year. But
Don't have any experience at all.
I haven't experienced this non-local thing.
No, I'm telling you one thing, 1 year, 1.5 year of experience. How many projects you have productionized so far, which is running in a client's environment?
So actually, I developed some testing environment using Python. Actually, my company is working with embedded systems. So basically, majorly I'm working with TCP, UDP, these kind of communications,
That
and
is
some.
just
Mm,
1.5 years. And I think it's a very less amount of experience that you have. And I don't feel that you have productionized something. So you will see it. Don't worry.
yeah, yeah, okay. And sir, one thing is that regarding this question today, assignment parts that we have to download all these things, and after that we have to do that file manipulation things. So I think that sir, downloading these much assignments is itself a task. Around 200 assignments we have to click on the link and
You
download
download it
it.
like today or tomorrow. Solve it. Just
Yeah. So
do
I
it.
think yeah. So I think that will only take around 1.5 hours.
See, the thing is, I have to involve, right? I have
Yeah,
to every one of you, right?
yeah,
In
yeah,
any way. So whether
yeah.
it's assignment, whether it's a question, whether it's an interview, whether it's a solution, whether it's a project, or whether it's a class,
Mhm.
I do that.
Okay, sir. Okay, so just I would just want to inquire that is there any some GitHub link or so that I can download it in a bulk. So
No,
that was my intent. Okay.
we have that. We have on Drive itself where I can download the entire file and give it to you, right?
Okay.
And
Mhm.
I have the access. No one in the team is having this access, right? Because team used to create and then they used to dump in my drive, right? And I just have access. Even support team will not be able to give you that link because they don't have that, right? But
Okay.
I'll not give you.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I want you to
Yeah,
because
yeah, sure.
when you work, right? So you feel it like okay, so
Yeah, I have started downloaded. So I have downloaded around 10 and now I am having a class at 8 with Krish sir. So I will download it after that.
so attend the link, click on the link, then attend, click.
Yeah, yeah.
By the end,
Okay, sir.
class, you will be able to do it. Yeah,
Okay, sir. Okay, sure, sure, sure.
you
Thank you.
can do it, Akshat. So tomorrow, I'm expecting some solution from your side.
Yeah,
Hi
sure,
sir.
sure.
So ping me solution in the first place.
Hi sir. This is Venkatesh.
Yeah, Venkatesh, please go ahead.
Yeah, sir. Actually, I am a previous batch student and the ML batch student. Sir, I covered all the machine learning part in the previous batch, machine learning batch. Will I get any job reference after this Python?
Job reference wise will give you job posting and all those things. That is not an issue. So if you are prepared well, so there is no one who can stop you. If you are not prepared well, even if I'll give you 10 references, it will
So
not work.
actually, I am a fresher.
Whatever you are, a fresher or experience, things works in the same way. People will not say that okay, fine, you're a fresher, and then let's join my organization. You have to prove yourself. Yeah, just now work on that, and then yes.
Yeah, yes, sir. I felt that I have getting some knowledge on from the previous batch, from ML batch. So
Hmm.
that's why I'm waiting for that any reference in
Fine.
upcoming
Yes,
sessions.
if you are qualified enough, so you will be able to get it.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Yeah.
Hi, sir. Abhishek here.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Sir, I just want to talk. I have few doubts in the today's coding. That alone, I want to just confirm with you. Like, hope you have shared one code. Like, which there is a code. Like, my name is Sweet. Like the code which you have shared in the chat. I have a few doubts in that code, sir. Like, at the last part of the code, like the code says like we need to put all the lines of the means what and all lines were there in that separate files. We need to create a new text file and paste it there. My doubt is, in a loop, if we write, if we give a comment like f dot write bracket I, write command will clear a file, right? I'm saying like,
No, that depends upon the open mode. So let's suppose if you have opened a file in W mode, right?
okay,
Then it will,
okay,
so it depends. First of all, you open the file, then you write, right? So first of all, you will call open and then file name
okay,
and a mode, right? So
okay,
mode you are going to open up, it will work on that way. So if you have opened up your file in a mode means append mode, right? Then
okay, sir.
right, it will append. Got it?
Okay. Yeah, sir. Got it.
Okay.
And one more thing, like if you check the above part, like when we are transferring the file, like if you are
Your voice is
giving a
breaking.
line like data equal to f dot read bracket epsilon, if I have ran that, it is giving
Abhishek, I'm not able to get you properly. Guys, are you feeling the same thing or is it just for me? Can I get confirmation? Abhishek?
sir, is it fine now?
Yeah, your voice is like a voice was breaking in between. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. Okay, sir. So actually, I was saying like there is a line, right? Like data is equal to f dot read bracket. In the sense like what all data that 10 files, what all we have read, like we are dumping into a variable like data. So I am asking like, what if we give only a line like data equal to f? I'm saying like, what if we remove that read bracket?
Just try to do it. You will see. Okay.
No. I'm getting an error, sir. That's what I'm getting an error. I'm saying like, what does that read word is doing there?
Read is nothing but it's trying to read the data from the current pointer. Means wherever is your
Okay.
it is trying to read the data from that place. Yeah. But after open up your file,
Okay.
this will open up, and if you have opened your file in write mode and then
Okay.
perform a read operation, then there will be an issue. There will be an error.
Okay, sir. Got it.
So fine, guys. Thank you so much. I think it was a 5 hour of discussions that we have done. Thank you so much. See you again tomorrow. With that, have a great day and night. Keep practicing. Thank you so much.